The morning light streamed into the lab, casting thin, horizontal shadows across the cluttered desk. Dr. Henry Carson was hunched over a laptop, typing furiously, eyes flickering between the screen and the chaotic notes that filled his cluttered desk. There were coffee cups, some empty, others half-finished, surrounded by printouts of equations and graphs. The lab was his sanctuary, no distractions, no noise, no interruptions. Not today that he glanced at the clock, 9:45 a.m. The world outside seemed far away, irrelevant. The project he'd been working on for years was now close to fruition. The theory of consciousness transfer was about to become more than just an academic curiosity, it was about to become reality. His fingertips hovered over the keyboard for a moment. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, despite the cold air from the lab's malfunctioning AC. His heart beat faster as he hit enter and started the program. Come on, he muttered under his breath. His pulse quickened as the code executed flawlessly. He watched the screen as a spinning graphic began to form, a digital representation of the brain, neurons firing, connections snapping into place. It was working. This was it, but then, just as the final connection clicked into place, a sharp knock came at the door. Dr. Carson? The voice outside was calm, professional, but unmistakably impatient. Henry's fingers froze on the keyboard. He sighed, annoyed. The last thing he needed was someone bothering him now. But he knew it was pointless to ignore it. They wouldn't leave. They never did. 1 minute, he called out, his voice tight with frustration. A pause. The door opened anyway, and a tall woman stepped inside. Her sharp, tailored suit clung to her figure like it had been custom-made. She carried a briefcase in one hand and a quiet authority in her posture. Her eyes were the kind that missed nothing, calculated, intelligent, piercing. Henry looked up, startled. Who are you? She didn't answer directly. Instead, she gave him a tight smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. I'm someone who's been keeping an eye on your research, Dr. Carson. My name is Elena Crow. He stood up quickly, feeling the sudden weight of her presence in his already cramped space. I'm sorry, but I know, she interrupted smoothly. You don't remember me. But I remember you. You've been very busy, haven't you? Henry blinked. Her voice was calm, almost amused, but there was something else behind it, a hint of something far more serious. What do you want? His voice was guarded now, the unease creeping in. The woman's presence felt wrong, like an intrusion into the carefully controlled world he had built in this lab. You've been working on something extraordinary, Dr. Carson, Elena said, walking across the room with a slow, deliberate pace. Something that could change everything. And that's why I'm here. Henry was already on alert, his mind racing. What did she know? How much had she uncovered? Was this the government? Some corporate entity trying to steal his research? Elena continued. The problem is, you've been working in isolation. And while your theories are groundbreaking, you're about to cross a line that very few have ever dared to cross. He frowned. What are you talking about? She paused in front of his desk, leaning slightly toward him. You're not the only one who's been experimenting with consciousness transfer, Henry. And you're certainly not the first to understand its potential. The words hit him like a punch. His mouth went dry. What are you saying? Elena's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. What I'm saying, Dr. Carson, is that you're about to uncover something much bigger than you realize. Something much darker. Henry sat back in his chair, stunned, as Elena's words sank in. Darker? What could be darker than simply transferring consciousness between bodies? He'd spent years developing the technology, figuring out how to bypass the brain's natural defenses, how to rewire neurons and implant memories. All of it had been theoretical until now that he'd always been careful to maintain the ethical boundaries of his work. But now, Now Elena was suggesting there was a whole other layer to this experiment that he hadn't even considered. What do you know about the soul exchange? Elena asked, her voice suddenly lower, more serious. The words felt foreign to Henry's ears. Soul exchange? What's that? Ah, Elena said, almost with a sense of pity, I was hoping you'd ask. She opened the briefcase and pulled out a thick file, so thick, in fact, it looked like a binder. She laid it on the desk in front of him. What you've been experimenting with, swapping consciousness between bodies, is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole underground market, Dr. Carson, where the wealthy pay to exchange their souls. Henry's brow furrowed in confusion. Souls? What are you talking about? That's not possible. Oh, but it is, Elena said. People will pay anything for the promise of eternal life, or for the chance to live in a body that isn't falling apart. The soul exchange is the black market of the elite. A place where rich people can trade their decaying, diseased bodies for the vitality of younger, healthier ones. Henry felt a cold shiver run down his spine. It was too bizarre, too outlandish. Was she trying to tell him that the wealthy were using his work to extend their lives by swapping their consciousness with others? He leaned forward, heart pounding. Are you telling me that people are actually, his words caught in his throat. This is illegal. Very much so, Elena replied. But it's more than illegal. It's an underground system, a global network of soul traders. People pay astronomical sums to extend their lives by stealing someone else's. And once they're in, they never want to leave. Henry swallowed hard. And you want me to help you stop it? Elena gave him a small, dry smile. Not exactly. You see, Dr. Carson, I want you to join us. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the quiet hum of the machines. Henry's mind raced. Join her? Join them? He didn't even know what she was talking about. But one thing was clear, this was far bigger than he had imagined. You're asking me to become part of this system? He asked, his voice shaking slightly. I'm not asking, Henry, Elena said, her voice cold. I'm telling you. You're already a part of it. You've been working on the technology they need. And now, it's time for you to decide which side you're on. Henry's mind was spinning. The theory of consciousness transfer had been his obsession for years, but he never imagined it could be used in such a way. He had always believed he was doing something noble, something that could revolutionize medicine, bring about cures for diseases. But now, the very thing he had created was being twisted into something monstrous. He looked at Elena, her eyes gleaming with something almost predatory. I'm not sure I understand, he said. What do you want from me? Elena's smile widened, and it was a smile that did not belong on a human face. I want you to help us perfect the process. You're close, Henry. Closer than anyone realizes. Once we have you on our side, we can make the soul exchange a permanent part of society. A new world order. The rich will never have to die, and the rest of the world can stay in their place. Henry stood abruptly, his chair scraping across the floor. The air felt thick and suffocating. He paced for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. It felt like everything was closing in on him. How could something so pure, so scientific, have turned into something so evil? You're wrong, he said finally, his voice steadier now. I can't be part of this. I won't. Elena didn't react right away. She merely tilted her head, as if studying him. You'll change your mind, Henry. You will. In time, you'll see that this is the only way forward. And when that happens, I'll be here. She left as quietly as she came, leaving Henry alone in the lab. But the words she had spoken lingered in his mind. The soul exchange. The underground network of rich elites trading bodies. Was it possible? Could such a thing even exist? Henry stared at the computer screen, the lines of code staring back at him. His work had just become something much bigger, and far darker, than he had ever intended. The room felt suffocating, a quiet hum from the lab's machinery the only sound breaking the silence. Henry stood there for several minutes, motionless, still processing what had just occurred. Elena's words lingered in his mind, each one a cold reminder of how far-reaching his discovery could be. Could there really be an underground market where people were willing to sell their souls for youth and health? A place where the rich played God, using science to extend their lives at the expense of others. He ran a hand through his hair and sat back down at the desk, staring at the screen again. The lines of code blinked at him, almost mocking him. What was he supposed to do now? How could he continue his research with the knowledge of what his work was being used for? His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ping of an email notification on his screen. Without thinking, he clicked on it. The subject line read simply, "You're in danger." He felt his stomach drop as he read the message. It was from an anonymous sender, no name, no details, just a warning: they're watching you. The people behind the Soul Exchange. They know you're close to discovering the truth. You're not safe anymore. His heart pounded in his chest. Was this another threat from Elena? Or was it someone else? He quickly closed the email and scanned his lab, half expecting someone to burst through the door. But the silence was oppressive. He was alone. Henry didn't know what to do. He had been so sure that his work could change the world for the better, that he was doing something noble. But now, all of it felt tainted, like he had unwittingly opened a door to a nightmare. If Elena was right, and his research was key to their operation, then he was already deep in the muck, tangled in a web far more complex than he had realized. The question was no longer about the science. It was about what kind of person he wanted to be. Did he continue down this path, knowing what it was becoming, or did he walk away, leaving behind everything he had worked for? Could he even walk away? He opened the email again, staring at the simple words that could be a trap or a warning. Whoever sent it knew something that could make or break everything. Henry sat back in his chair, a slow realization creeping in: he couldn't stop now. He needed to know more, even if it meant diving deeper into the darkness Elena had hinted at. With a new resolve, he set to work. If he was going to uncover the truth, he needed to go to the heart of the operation. He needed to find the Soul Exchange and learn everything about it. But where to start? As the days passed, Henry's isolation grew. He stopped leaving his lab, instead obsessively tracing every lead he could find, every scrap of information that might point to the Soul Exchange. He hacked into medical databases, searched through black market forums, and dug through the deepest corners of the dark web. What he found was chilling, unfathomable transactions, encrypted messages, and rumors of a system that was so vast, so well guarded, it felt like an ancient conspiracy. Henry's obsession consumed him. His health began to deteriorate. He lost track of time, neglecting food and sleep, his body slowly withering as his mind raced further into the depths of the mystery. The more he uncovered, the darker it became. There were no clear answers, only hints, dead ends, and coded messages pointing to something larger, more sinister than he could have imagined. And then, one day, it all came together. He had stumbled upon a name. It was buried deep in a financial transaction, hidden in a series of encrypted files he had cracked open late one night. The name was simple, almost too simple: the broker. Henry's fingers trembled as he typed the name into the search bar. The results were sparse at first, just a few mentions in obscure forums and black market websites. But the more he dug, the clearer the connection became. The broker was a figure that appeared in multiple places, always in the shadows, facilitating the exchanges between the wealthy and the desperate. They were the one person who could connect Henry to the heart of the Soul Exchange, but finding them would not be easy. The broker wasn't just some anonymous figure, they were a ghost, someone who had managed to keep their identity hidden from the world. Henry's fingers hovered over the keyboard, uncertainty creeping in. The decision was clear: if he wanted to expose the truth, he would have to confront the broker, and that meant entering a world that had no rules, no morality, only power, greed, and deception. For a moment, he considered stopping. He could go to the authorities, go public, tell the world what he had uncovered. But the reality was, no one would believe him. No one would take him seriously. The rich, the powerful, they controlled everything. The system was too entrenched, too corrupt. The only way to break it was to take it apart from the inside. So, with a sense of finality, Henry made up his mind. He would find the broker. He would confront them. And he would stop the soul exchange, even if it meant sacrificing everything in the process. The next few days blurred together in a haze of paranoia and relentless pursuit. He took every precaution, using encrypted channels and anonymous identities to reach out to those who might know more about the broker. He followed every lead, traced every whisper, until finally, it all pointed to one place, a mansion on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by high walls, a place that seemed to exist outside the laws of the world. It wasn't long before Henry found himself standing at the gates of the mansion, his heart pounding in his chest. He had no backup, no support, just his determination to uncover the truth. He had no idea what to expect. All he knew was that once he entered, there would be no turning back. The gates creaked open with a soft groan as he stepped inside. The mansion loomed ahead, dark and imposing, its windows like black eyes watching him as he approached the front door. He was nervous, but the fear didn't stop him. He had come too far. As he rang the doorbell, a figure appeared in the doorway. A tall man, dressed in a suit that seemed too expensive for anyone to wear casually, his face unreadable. "You must be Dr. Carson," the man said, his voice smooth, almost cordial. "I've been expecting you." Henry's breath caught in his throat. How had they known? Was this a trap? He didn't have time to think about it. "I have questions," Henry said, trying to sound confident, even as the knot in his stomach tightened. "I need to speak to the broker." The man didn't answer right away. He simply stepped aside, allowing Henry to enter. The mansion's interior was a stark contrast to the crumbling exterior. It was modern, sleek, too perfect. Too sterile. "Follow me," the man said, leading him down a long corridor. Henry's mind raced. Was this really happening? Was he about to meet the person who controlled it all? They reached a large room at the end of the hall. The door opened, and Henry was ushered inside. The broker was waiting for him. At first, Henry didn't know what to expect. He had imagined a shadowy figure, a faceless mastermind, but the person sitting in front of him was different. The broker was a woman, dressed in an elegant black dress, her hair perfectly styled. Her expression was calm, almost too calm, as though she had been expecting this moment for a long time. "Dr. Carson," she said, her voice low and controlled. "You've come a long way. But I'm afraid you've made a terrible mistake." Henry stood frozen, unsure of what to say. He had expected this moment to be a confrontation, a battle of wits, but the woman in front of him wasn't threatening. She was calculating. She was in control. "You're too late," she continued, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The soul exchange is already bigger than you realize. And now that you're here, I'm afraid there's no way out." Henry stood frozen, every muscle in his body tensed. The broker's words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. Too late. That's what she had said. He could feel the weight of the room pressing down on him, each breath more difficult than the last. There was no turning back now. He had come too far to retreat, but the chilling realization was starting to settle in. He had no idea what to expect, what to do next, or even what game he was playing anymore. He glanced at her, trying to steady himself. The woman sitting across from him wasn't a stranger. She was the mastermind behind everything, the person who had built this system, who had been orchestrating the soul trades from the shadows. He had spent days searching for her, and now, she was here, watching him with calm, unflinching eyes. "You've made a mistake, Henry," she repeated, her lips curling into a small, almost pitying smile. You think you're here to stop something. But in reality, you've only just scratched the surface of what the soul exchange is. It's bigger than you, bigger than anyone, and it's too late for you to be the hero. Henry's heart pounded in his chest, his throat dry. He couldn't help himself, he had to speak, to challenge her somehow. What do you mean it's too late? You're just exploiting people, using their bodies like commodities. This isn't about science, it's about control. The broker leaned forward slightly, her eyes darkening. Control? You think I'm doing this for power, Henry? You think I'm some villain trying to ruin the world for fun? Her voice softened, but the words cut deep. No. I'm doing this because I believe in it. In the future it promises. The soul exchange isn't just about the rich buying new bodies. It's about evolution, a new way forward. People like you and me, Henry, we're on the verge of something monumental. Henry shook his head, disbelief flooding his thoughts. You're delusional. You've turned people into products. People are already products, Dr. Carson. You just haven't realized it yet. You're playing in the wrong game. The broker's gaze was unwavering. You were the one who created this technology. The soul exchange wouldn't exist without you, without your research. That's not true, Henry snapped, his voice rising. I didn't create this. I only wanted to understand the mind, the brain, consciousness. I wanted to heal people, not rip apart their souls. But you did, Henry. You opened the door. And once it's opened, you can't close it. People are hungry for immortality. The elite, they'll pay anything for it. And all we're doing is giving them what they want. Henry clenched his fists. He felt a surge of anger, but underneath it was something darker, something like fear. He had spent so long believing in the nobility of his work, but now he saw how easily it had been corrupted. You're taking lives, Elena. You're stealing them. People give their lives away willingly, she said, standing up slowly. This isn't theft. It's a transaction. The rich give their money, and in return, they live forever in the bodies of the poor. They're willing to make the exchange. And when they do, they stay young, they stay powerful. No more sickness. No more death. She took a step toward him, her voice low, almost hypnotic. Don't you see, Henry? The soul exchange isn't just a business. It's a revolution. The future. Henry didn't speak. He couldn't. He was reeling, unable to wrap his mind around what she was saying. A revolution? Was that what she really believed? Was she truly blind to the suffering this caused, or had she simply grown numb to it? Elena turned away, walking toward a wall of glass that looked out over the mansion's manicured gardens. For a moment, she was quiet. Then, without turning back, she spoke again. I know you're upset. You think you're the righteous one, the hero who's going to expose everything. But the truth is, this has already gone too far to stop. The world won't accept it, Henry. But the people who matter already know what's going on. And they're already on board. A cold wave of realization swept over Henry. He had been right to come here, to confront the broker. But now he saw how entrenched the system was, how deeply woven it was into the very fabric of society. Elena turned back to face him, her expression softening slightly. You wanted to expose this. You thought you could bring it all down. But you can't. The soul exchange is too big. The people in power are already involved. They have too much to lose. There's no going back, Henry. You're in it now. The silence between them was thick, suffocating. Henry swallowed, trying to force down the panic rising in his chest. What's the point of all this, then? If everything's already decided, why even bother? Because, Elena said softly, almost to herself, it's not about right or wrong. It's about survival. It's about control of the future. And it's about what we're willing to do to live forever. Henry looked at her for a long time, trying to read her, to understand how someone could become so detached, so cold. You don't even care, do you? About the people you've hurt. About what this is doing to them. Her eyes flickered with something close to contempt, but she quickly masked it. I care, she said quietly. I care about the future. About building something that lasts. People like you, people who think in terms of morality and ethics, they're the ones holding the world back. The ones who can't see the big picture. Henry felt his hands tremble, the weight of the truth crashing down on him. Everything he had worked for, everything he had believed, was crumbling around him. Suddenly, something inside him snapped. This wasn't just about science anymore. It wasn't just about exposing the truth. It was about stopping it, stopping her, stopping the whole system before it consumed everything. Without thinking, Henry lunged forward. Elena's expression flickered with surprise for only a second before she quickly stepped back, raising her hand to signal to the guards hidden in the shadows of the room. They moved with practiced precision, each one stepping out of the corners where they had been waiting, weapons drawn, but Henry didn't stop. He had come this far. If it was a fight she wanted, then it was a fight she would get. The guards circled around him, closing in, but Henry wasn't thinking clearly anymore. He was driven by a single, desperate thought: he had to stop this. He had to expose it all, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process. He had spent too long believing he could change the world with knowledge. But now, he understood. The world wasn't interested in knowledge. It was interested in power. Before the guards could reach him, he made a decision. He slammed his palm onto a panel embedded in the wall. The room lit up as a siren began to wail, signaling a lockdown. The mansion's security systems had been triggered. The guards hesitated for just a moment, confused by the blaring alarm. It was enough time for Henry to make a move. He pushed past them, sprinting for the door. Behind him, he heard Elena's voice, cold and furious, ordering her men to stop him. But Henry wasn't listening. He couldn't stop now. He couldn't let them win. He crashed through a door and found himself in a narrow hallway, the sound of the alarms deafening in his ears. The mansion was on lockdown, but he didn't know how much time he had before they found him. He had to get out. He had to survive. As he turned a corner, he collided with a figure. It was Elena, standing there, waiting for him. You think you can run? She sneered, her face twisted in a mix of amusement and contempt. You think you can stop this? Henry didn't say anything. He just ran. Through the hallways, downstairs, desperate for an escape. He couldn't stop now. He couldn't let them use his research. He had to burn it all down. But the moment he turned the last corner, he found himself face to face with more guards, more threats. There was nowhere to go. He was trapped. In the cold silence of the hallway, the alarm still screaming in the background, Henry realized one brutal truth: he wasn't just fighting a system. He was fighting an idea. An idea that had already taken root so deeply, so completely, that it was unstoppable. He had walked into the lion's den, and now, there was no way out. Ryan Bennett's alarm clock buzzed in his ear, piercing the stillness of his small apartment. He groaned, blindly reaching for his phone to silence it. His fingers fumbled on the nightstand for a few moments, swiping at nothing but air until he finally found the screen and shut it off. There was no more snooze button, no more delaying the inevitable. He sat up in bed, squinting against the morning light that streamed through the window. For a brief, blissful moment, he felt the warmth of the blankets cocooning him. And then the reality hit. He was late for work. Ryan swore under his breath and scrambled out of bed, trying not to trip on the mess of clothes strewn across the floor. He had been putting off doing laundry for weeks now. It was a habit he'd picked up in his new life as an IT technician. In the grand scheme of things, Cleaning his apartment didn't seem nearly as pressing as figuring out the latest software bug or debugging an issue with the company's servers. The morning felt like it always did. His apartment, though small, was home. The clutter, the half-empty coffee mugs, the digital clocks blinking wildly on every surface, everything was exactly as it should be. Nothing had changed. Until it did. Ryan paused in front of his bathroom mirror, brushing his teeth. The routine was something automatic, something he barely had to think about anymore. But this time, something was different. As he glanced up at his reflection, his hand stopped mid-brush. It wasn't him. The man staring back at him had a clean-cut jawline, slick black hair neatly combed to one side, and piercing blue eyes. Ryan blinked several times, wondering if he'd misjudged the lighting or if his exhaustion from lack of sleep was playing tricks on him. But no, the man in the mirror was definitely not him. He didn't know this face. This wasn't Ryan Bennett's reflection. Panic bubbled in his chest. His breath quickened as he took a step back. He reached out, fingers trembling as he touched the cool surface of the mirror. The man in the reflection followed suit, his movements synchronizing exactly with Ryan's. Ryan shook his head. No. This wasn't happening. He took a deep breath, telling himself that there was a rational explanation. Maybe he was just half asleep, maybe he'd been dreaming. But as he blinked again, the man in the mirror, still a stranger, grinned. Ryan recoiled, nearly dropping his toothbrush. What the hell? He felt his heart thudding against his chest. He rushed to check his phone, his fingers fumbling with the screen. There was an email from a colleague, David, asking him about a project at work. Ryan barely registered it. He opened the camera app and held the phone up to his face. The reflection staring back at him in the phone's camera was also wrong. His nose was different, his eyes were a shade of greenish blue he didn't remember. He had to get out of there. Ryan's mind raced, spinning in circles as he tried to make sense of it all. He stumbled out of the bathroom and into his living room, glancing at the clock on the wall. 9:42 a.m. What happened to me? He was breathing heavily now, not from exertion but from pure shock. His apartment, his clothes, his things, they were all still there. But his body, his identity, his self, it wasn't. He sat down on the couch and pulled his legs to his chest, trying to gather his thoughts. Nothing made sense. Nothing at all. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again, this time with a video call from a woman named Olivia. He didn't recognize the name, but something about it felt strangely familiar. Hesitant, he accepted the call, bracing himself for whatever was about to happen. The woman's face popped up on the screen. She smiled warmly, her eyes shining with affection. Ryan opened his mouth, but when he spoke, his voice wasn't his own. It was rich, deep, and confident. The words that came out were clear and practiced. "Hey, Olivia, how are you?" Her smile didn't waver. "I'm good, Ollie. I was just calling to remind you about dinner tonight. Mom wants us all to meet at her place. You in?" Ryan's head swam. Ollie? Who the hell was Ollie? And why was this woman calling him like they were family? Sure, he stammered. His voice sounded too sure of itself. Too smooth. Not his at all. "You sound different today," Olivia said, furrowing her brow slightly. "Did you sleep well?" Ryan's heart raced again. Sleep well? He hadn't slept at all. He didn't even recognize the person staring back at him in the mirror, let alone anyone who might be his family. "I'm fine," he said, forcing himself to smile. He didn't know how to explain it, but something told him that if he didn't play along, if he didn't pretend to be this Ollie, things might spiral out of control even faster. "Dinner sounds great. I'll be there." Olivia beamed. "I'll see you tonight then. Love you, Ollie." She blew him a kiss and ended the call. Ryan sat there, staring at the screen for a moment, still trying to process the conversation. "Love you, Ollie." He repeated the words to himself. It felt foreign. And yet, as he said them, they felt oddly real. Was it possible that this was who he was now? Who he had been? But he didn't recognize himself. And the more he thought about it, the more alien his own body seemed. There was only one way to find out. Ryan stood up and went to his closet. His hand hovered over the clothes, picking out a suit he didn't remember owning. It fit perfectly, too perfectly. He looked at himself in the mirror one more time, touching his cheek. The man staring back at him seemed so real. But so wrong. The day dragged on in a haze. Ryan forced himself to go through the motions, trying to act like Oliver Montgomery, the high-powered lawyer he had become, or was it always who he was? He couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything clearly, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. By the time he left for dinner, the confusion had only deepened. He couldn't escape the feeling that his life was slipping away, that he was no longer in control. Was he still Ryan Bennett? Or had he become this other person entirely? At dinner, the Montgomery family was warm and welcoming, treating him like he was part of the fold. The conversation flowed effortlessly. But all the while, Ryan, no, Oliver, felt out of place. He tried to smile, nod, and laugh at the appropriate moments, but every movement felt like an act. Every word was foreign. When he finally excused himself to use the bathroom, he locked the door behind him, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The man who looked back at him was confident, collected, nothing like Ryan had ever been. But who the hell was Ryan anymore? Ryan stared at the man in the mirror, his reflection somehow more alien with each passing second. His eyes weren't his eyes. His jaw wasn't his jaw. His posture, straight, confident, and poised, was someone else entirely. For the briefest moment, he wished it was just some elaborate joke, some weird dream he was bound to wake up from, but deep down, he knew this wasn't a dream. This was real, and no matter how many times he blinked, the stranger staring back at him remained. There was no escaping the man he'd become. As he stood in the bathroom, the silence felt suffocating, oppressive. The sound of his own breath, shallow and uneven, echoed in the small room. Who am I? The question hung in the air, unanswered. As he wiped his hands on his suit jacket, the knock on the bathroom door broke him out of his trance. "Hey, Ollie, everything okay in there?" Olivia's voice carried through the wood. It sounded casual, normal, like nothing had changed. Like she knew him, this new version of him, as well as she knew herself. "Yeah, just a second," he called back, forcing a tone of calm he didn't feel. He took one last look at the man in the mirror, smoothing the lapels of the suit, and then turned the handle, stepping back into the dining room. The Montgomerys, Olivia, her husband, a couple of younger cousins, were seated around the table, chatting about the usual things. Business, weather, a recent family trip to the coast. Nothing felt out of place except for Ryan, or Ollie, as they were calling him, sitting at the head of the table, like he belonged. He moved automatically. He smiled at the appropriate moments, sipped the wine when everyone else did, and nodded in agreement when someone mentioned a recent merger. But inside, he was still processing what had happened, trying to piece together who he was. Or maybe, more accurately, who he wasn't anymore. At dinner, conversation meandered from the weather to new movies, and then to the latest tech news. Ryan found himself making comments on software updates, tech company mergers, things he never would have thought about as himself. He could hear his voice, smooth and polished, flowing through the words like he'd done it 1,000 times before. But each time he opened his mouth, he wasn't sure who was speaking, Ryan Bennett, the tech nerd, or Oliver Montgomery, the lawyer. "So, Ollie," Olivia said, breaking his train of thought, "how's the new project going? I heard you're working on something big with Elysium." Elysium. The name sent a flicker of recognition through his mind, like a spark in the dark. It was the company that had offered him the weird project. The reason he'd even agreed to it, this body swap experiment in the first place. But he couldn't remember much about it. The details were fuzzy, buried under layers of new memories and identities. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Yeah, it's going well. They've got some cutting-edge stuff going on. Definitely exciting. Olivia raised an eyebrow. You sound a little more excited than usual. Is everything okay? Ryan, Oliver, tensed up. His hand, still holding the wine glass, shook slightly. Is everything okay? That was the question, wasn't it? Was anything okay? I'm fine, he said, forcing a smile. It felt like a mask, like it didn't quite fit, but it had to. He couldn't afford to slip up. Well, I think you'll be glad to know that Mom's been asking about you, Olivia said, leaning back in her chair. She wants to know when you're going to finally settle down. You know how she gets. Ryan stared at her, wondering what she meant by that. Settle down? Was this something Oliver had been struggling with? Was he the kind of person who couldn't settle down? It didn't seem to fit the man in the suit who spoke with such authority, who walked with his head held high like he owned the room. He felt like a fraud, sitting there in this perfect life that wasn't his. I'll figure it out, he muttered, hoping the words didn't sound as uncertain as they felt. He glanced around the table at the Montgomery family, happy, normal, whole. He had none of that, did he? Not anymore. Not since Elysium's experiment had ripped away the only identity he'd ever known and replaced it with a collection of pieces he couldn't even comprehend. After dinner, the conversation turned toward old family stories, things Ryan couldn't even pretend to remember. He smiled and nodded, but the laughter that followed felt like it belonged to someone else. This wasn't his family. This wasn't his life. I'm gonna head out early, he said, standing up abruptly. The weight of the night, the pressure of pretending, was too much. I have work in the morning. Thanks for dinner. Olivia shot him a puzzled look but didn't argue. All right, Ollie. See you soon. Ryan walked out of the house, his steps mechanical, each footfall like a drumbeat that kept time with the confusion swirling in his mind. He wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to be Oliver Montgomery. His phone buzzed in his pocket as he made his way down the sidewalk. It was a text from David, his actual colleague, asking about a project update. Ryan couldn't bring himself to answer. Who was he anymore? He didn't even recognize himself when he looked in the mirror, let alone the life he was supposed to return to. Elysium's project, it had promised something more, something new. But this? This wasn't the life he'd signed up for. This was a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. As he reached his apartment, Ryan's mind reeled. He needed to find out what was happening, what had gone wrong. He needed to know if this was temporary, if he'd wake up tomorrow as himself again, back in his own skin, back in the life he'd built. But as he turned the key and stepped inside, something inside him knew this was no temporary glitch. This wasn't a dream, this was his new reality, and that realization hit him with a cold, sickening finality. The apartment seemed even quieter than usual. The hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock on the wall, everything was muted, as though it too was holding its breath. Ryan walked to the bathroom again, just to see. Just to confirm. But when he looked in the mirror, there he was again, Oliver Montgomery. This time, though, the face staring back at him seemed different. It wasn't just unfamiliar, it seemed like it was fading into something even stranger, something more distant. He reached for the edge of the sink, his fingers brushing against the cool surface, but he couldn't look away from his own face. It was as if his mind was fighting to reconcile the fact that the face in the mirror was now his, was always his. The body he inhabited didn't belong to Ryan Bennett anymore. And maybe, just maybe, it never had. Ryan, or Ollie, felt something in the back of his mind snap. Something told him that the longer he stayed in this state, the more it would consume him. How much of him had already been lost? How much of the person he was remained? He ran a hand over his face, trying to ground himself. This is insane, he muttered to no one in particular. Then, as if on cue, his phone buzzed again. Another text. This time, it was from Elysium Technologies. The message read, "Your next body swap is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Prepare for transition." Ryan's blood ran cold. It was happening again. But this time, he wasn't sure if he was ready for it. The text from Elysium Technologies sat on his phone screen like a bomb waiting to go off. "Your next body swap is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Prepare for transition." Ryan, or Ollie, stared at it, his mind working overtime to catch up. The message was clear, but it made no sense. Was he really going to do this again? Was he about to lose control of his identity once more and become someone else entirely? The idea of leaving the man he had become, the polished lawyer with the sleek hair, the confident voice, was almost comforting. But in a twisted way, it felt like he was being pulled deeper into a web, a labyrinth where the walls were closing in with every passing moment. He felt both trapped and oddly relieved. At least, when he swapped, he could stop pretending. He stood in the middle of his apartment, gripping the phone with fingers that felt stiff and foreign. How long would this last? Was he going to keep hopping from one life to the next until he lost track of who he was completely? Or would the program end, and he would wake up as himself again, a simple tech nerd stuck in a world that didn't seem to want him anymore? Ryan paced the apartment, his shoes clicking against the hardwood floors, the sound sharp in the silence. He wasn't sure why he'd agreed to this project in the first place. The money, sure. The promise of something more, something beyond his usual mundane existence, definitely. But now it felt like a cruel joke. He could feel the pull of Elysium's promise, the allure of becoming something more than just Ryan Bennett. Each body swap had been an opportunity to live someone else's life, to see the world through someone else's eyes. But as he lost himself in each new persona, he began to wonder if it was worth it. The night stretched on, and Ryan, Ollie, watched the minutes tick away on the clock. He should have gone to bed, should have rested. But how could he sleep when he didn't know who he was anymore? His body, Oliver's body, seemed to move without his consent, his mind whirring as he tried to make sense of what had happened. Each swap had taken something from him, slowly eroding the person he used to be. He thought about calling Olivia, about asking her what she saw in him, what she thought he was. But every time he started to type out a message, something inside him froze. What if I'm not Ollie anymore? What if I'm just lost? He turned the phone over in his hand, half expecting to see another message, but it was silent. The stillness in the apartment was suffocating. He needed answers. The next morning came too soon. As the clock on the wall read 7:30 a.m., Ryan received a notification from Elysium, "Transition in 30 minutes. Prepare for the next subject body." His heart raced. There was no turning back now. He stood in front of the mirror again, looking at the face that wasn't his, at the body he had learned to wear like a second skin. His reflection seemed to mock him, showing him someone he didn't know but who knew how to smile, to talk, to act as though everything was just fine. But it wasn't fine. Not at all. The transition was supposed to be simple, just a brief blackout as his consciousness was transferred to the next body. But as Ryan closed his eyes and braced himself, a wave of nausea hit him, sharp and sudden, as though the very act of shifting had begun to unravel him from the inside out. He blinked, opening his eyes again, and when his gaze fell on the mirror, the world seemed to shift beneath him. He was no longer in the apartment, no longer standing in front of a familiar bathroom. His surroundings were entirely different. The walls were a warm beige, the furniture sleek and modern. A large painting hung on the wall, a minimalist piece of abstract art. The room smelled faintly of incense. Ryan took a step forward, his feet feeling heavy, uncertain. The body he now inhabited was taller, more athletic. His arms were muscular, his posture broader. He flexed his fingers, amazed by the strength that pulsed through them, and as he moved, he could feel the power in his legs, the energy in his frame. This wasn't Oliver. This wasn't him. He walked into the adjoining room, a spacious kitchen with polished granite counters, and spotted the calendar on the wall. The name on it was different. Not Ryan Bennett. Not even Oliver Montgomery. Mia Lancaster. Mia Lancaster? Who the hell was Mia Lancaster? The realization hit him like a punch in the gut. His eyes flickered over the kitchen, scanning the shelves, the appliances, the perfectly organized fruit bowl. There was a family photo on the counter, and his reflection, her reflection, stared back at him from the image, a woman smiling at a camera with 2 children at her side. This wasn't a simple body swap. This wasn't a neat, clinical process that removed him from one life and placed him into another. It felt wrong, more like a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces, an incomplete story that was slowly revealing itself piece by piece. But Ryan, no, Mia Lancaster, didn't have time to question it. A voice from the other room snapped him out of his thoughts. "Mia, are you up? You've got a busy day ahead." The voice was warm, maternal, kind. It belonged to a man, probably her husband. Ryan froze, feeling a strange twist of something deep inside him. Was he really ready for this? Was he ready to dive into another identity, another life, another layer of this endless illusion? "Coming, honey," he called out, hearing Mia's voice echo in his throat. The sound of it was foreign, yet it came out so easily, so naturally. As though he had been living in this skin for years. He moved toward the sound of the voice, walking through the house with no sense of how he had arrived here or what the hell was going on. The man sitting at the kitchen table had salt and pepper hair, glasses perched low on his nose, and a cup of coffee in hand. He smiled as she, Mia, entered, but his eyes weren't exactly warm. There was something strained there, something that made Ryan pause. Mia Lancaster's life seemed perfect on the surface, but there were cracks just beneath. "Morning, Mia. How's the wildlife center going?" the man asked, his voice casual, like he was used to asking this question every morning. Ryan paused, unsure of what to say. "Wildlife center? Mia ran a wildlife center?" "Oh, it's good," Ryan heard himself say, the words coming out of his mouth like they belonged to someone else. "Busy, but I'm handling it." The man nodded, giving her a brief smile, before glancing at his watch. "All right, well, I'll be back in the evening. Don't forget about the charity dinner tonight. I'll need your support on that." Ryan nodded, pretending he knew exactly what he was supposed to do. "Of course. I'll see you then." Mia, or Ryan, watched as the man left the room, the front door closing behind him with a soft click. The moment of silence that followed felt suffocating. What was going on? He had never run a wildlife center. He had no idea who this man was, or why he was supposed to be Mia Lancaster now. The weight of his situation pressed down on him, the confusion making it hard to breathe. How many identities had he worn? How many lives had he borrowed, only to forget them when the transition ended? Ryan, or Mia, stood in the kitchen, trying to shake off the feeling of wrongness, the sense of being other in a world that was supposed to be his. But the longer he stayed in this new body, the harder it became to tell where Mia's life ended and his began. A chime sounded from the counter, breaking through the fog of his thoughts. Mia's phone. He glanced at it, half expecting it to be another message from Elysium. But this time, the name on the screen was familiar: Olivia Montgomery. Olivia. Was she still his sister? Or was Mia Lancaster's sister now calling her? He reached for the phone, heart pounding in his chest. "Hey, Mia," Olivia's voice crackled through the phone, and Ryan froze. "How's everything going? I haven't heard from you in a while." Ryan opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "Everything's fine," he said, but it was Mia's voice, not his. "Good. I'll stop by later today. Don't forget about the dinner tonight. I know you've got your hands full with the center, but we can't have you miss it." Ryan felt his stomach churn as the last threads of his identity unraveled. The dinner. The charity event. The man who called himself her husband. None of it was familiar. But it was all real. And Ryan Bennett was losing himself, one body at a time. Lu Wen had never been one for excitement. Life, to him, was a series of well-rehearsed routines: wake up, go to work, grab a quick lunch, stare blankly at his computer screen until the clock mercifully ticked down to 5 p.m. He lived in a small apartment that smelled faintly of old takeout containers, and he spent his evenings scrolling through his phone, catching up on the latest gossip or mindlessly watching videos that offered more distractions than answers. If there was one thing Lu Wen had mastered, it was the art of blending into the background. One Tuesday afternoon, as he wandered the city streets with no particular destination in mind, Lu Wen found himself stepping into a quaint, cluttered antique shop tucked between two towering office buildings. The place smelled like old wood and dust, with shelves overflowing with objects that appeared more like junk than treasure. He had no real reason for entering. It was just one of those spontaneous, unexplainable decisions that life sometimes offers. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with wild gray hair and thick glasses, looked up as he walked in. Her expression was unreadable, though she did give him a faint smile. There was something unsettling about her, but Lu Wen shrugged it off. He had never been superstitious. He wandered aimlessly through the aisles, occasionally glancing at trinkets that seemed irrelevant to his life. That's when he saw it, an old mirror. It was framed in intricate, gold-edged carvings, its surface cloudy with age. At first, Lu Wen thought little of it. After all, mirrors were hardly uncommon in a place like this. But as his gaze lingered, he felt an odd pull. The mirror wasn't just dusty. It was alive in a way he couldn't explain. Something about it spoke to him, like a whisper from another world. His fingers brushed against the glass, and the feeling intensified, sending a jolt of unease straight through him. The old woman appeared beside him, her movements unnervingly swift. "You should not touch it," she warned, her voice low and cracked. Lu Wen's eyes darted to her face, surprised by the sudden appearance. "Why not?" he asked, trying to maintain his usual indifference. "The mirror," she said cryptically, "does not show what you expect. What you see, you cannot return from." Lu Wen laughed, half amused, half unsettled. "It's just a mirror, isn't it? A little dusty, maybe. I'm sure it's nothing more than an antique." The woman's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Lu Wen thought he saw something like fear flicker across her features. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by an eerie calm. She didn't say another word, but her gaze lingered on him, heavy with warning. Shrugging off the strange encounter, Lu Wen paid for the mirror and left the shop. The strange encounter and the woman's warning gnawed at him for the rest of the evening, but life, as always, went on. He didn't think much more about it. That night, as Lu Wen sat on his worn-out couch, mindlessly flipping through TV channels, something inside him urged him to look at the mirror. It was placed on a small table by the window, catching the dim light of the street lamp outside. For reasons he couldn't quite understand, he felt compelled to approach it. The surface of the mirror seemed different now, as though the reflection it held wasn't entirely his. He stared at himself, his average, unremarkable face, the baggy eyes from late nights at the office, the stubble that he had never bothered to shave. But something felt off. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing. His reflection blinked at him. Lu Wen blinked. The reflection blinked again. A chill ran down his spine. He stepped back, his heartbeat quickening, and his mind racing. But before he could process what was happening, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest, like something was yanking at him from within. He stumbled back, feeling the room spin, and then, blackness. When Lu Wen awoke, he was not in his apartment anymore. The surroundings were unfamiliar. He was in a lavishly decorated bedroom, the walls lined with expensive-looking art and the scent of fresh flowers lingering in the air. His hands trembled as he reached up to his face, his fingers brushing against unfamiliar features. The man staring back at him from the mirror wasn't Lu Wen. It was someone else entirely, a stranger. A tall, well-groomed man in his early 40s, dressed in a crisp suit. His face was sharp, confident, even arrogant, with dark eyes that looked as though they belonged to someone who was used to being in charge. Lu Wen's heart skipped a beat. "What the hell?" he muttered, his voice coming out in a deeper tone than he was used to. It was definitely not his own voice. Panic rose in his chest as he stumbled to his feet. He turned toward the room, scanning his surroundings, only to be greeted by a team of employees who barged into the room, calling him Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, the realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He wasn't Lu Wen anymore. Somehow, he had swapped bodies with someone named Chen Chang, a name he recognized now that his mind was slowly processing the situation. Chen Chang was a CEO, one of the most powerful figures in the city's tech industry. Before he could begin to comprehend the magnitude of his situation, a sleek, expensive phone rang on the nightstand. Without thinking, he picked it up, his fingers moving almost instinctively. "Mr. Chen, the board meeting is scheduled in 30 minutes. Shall we bring your coffee up?" a voice on the other end of the line asked, polite and deferential. Lu Wen's mind was reeling. He wasn't ready for this sudden shift in power and wealth. But something told him he had no choice. He had to play along, at least for now. He needed to figure out how to get back to his old life, or if that was even possible. For the next few days, Lu Wen lived in a haze of confusion. He attended meetings, signed documents, and ate meals with people he didn't know, all while wearing the body of a man who seemed to have it all. Power. Respect. Wealth. The lifestyle was intoxicating. Every command he issued was obeyed without question. Every door he walked through seemed to open just a little wider, but with each passing day, Lu Wen grew more unsettled. The voice was always there, quiet, persistent, echoing in the back of his mind. At first, he thought it was his imagination. But it wasn't. There was someone else in his head. Someone who knew everything about this life, someone who seemed to be him, but wasn't. It was the voice of Chen Chang. At first, it was faint, a whisper that barely registered. But as time passed, the voice grew louder, more insistent. And then, one evening, when Lu Wen was alone in the office, "It happened, help me," came the voice, clear and desperate. Lu Wen froze. His heart pounded in his chest. Who is this?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's me," the voice replied. "Chen Chang. I'm trapped. You have to get me out." Lu Wen's breath hitched. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be. But it was. Somehow, in some twisted turn of fate, Lu Wen had not only taken over Chen Chang's body, but had also inherited a piece of his consciousness. And that consciousness was trapped within his own mind, unable to escape. The realization hit Lu Wen with full force. He wasn't just living someone else's life, he was imprisoned in it. Lu Wen sat at the large mahogany desk in what had once been Chen Chang's office, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the keyboard. The voice echoed again in his mind, faint but undeniable. "Help me." He leaned back in the plush chair, his mind racing. The soft hum of the city below, the distant chatter of the office outside, all felt like they belonged to someone else. Everything about his life now felt alien, like he was pretending to be someone else. And yet, the worst part of it all was the voice that insisted it was his, Chen Chang's, true self, still trapped somewhere inside this luxurious prison. The realization had hit him hard, but it wasn't the only thing gnawing at him. He had, for all intents and purposes, usurped Chen Chang's life. Was that even possible? Could he ever give it back? How long would it take before his own identity was swallowed whole by this foreign man's memories and desires? Chen Chang, Lu Wen whispered under his breath. The name echoed like a foreign tongue on his lips, too smooth and confident to belong to him. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door broke his reverie. It was too polite, too professional. The voice on the other side, muffled by the thick oak, called, "Mr. Chen, the board meeting is starting in 10 minutes. Should we bring your coffee?" Lu Wen blinked, momentarily stunned by the ease with which this life was falling into place. This was Chen Chang's life, he was the center of it, the one in control. He wanted to shout, to scream that he didn't belong here, that he was an imposter, but all that escaped him was a small, strangled sigh. "Just bring it up," he managed to say, the voice sounding less like his own and more like the confident baritone of Chen Chang. The door opened a moment later, and a young assistant in a sharp suit entered, holding a tray of coffee. Lu Wen nodded at her as she placed it on the desk, avoiding his gaze, as though he were too important to be looked at directly. "Thank you," Lu Wen said, though the words felt strange in his mouth. She nodded and quickly retreated, leaving him alone again. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the rhythmic tapping of the coffee spoon on the porcelain cup. His reflection in the glass seemed to taunt him, as though the man in the mirror was not the person who'd been wearing this skin for only a few days. He wasn't Lu Wen anymore. He was Chen Chang, a man whose life was already in motion before his soul had even entered the picture, and yet, somewhere deep inside him, a faint thread of something real lingered. His true self, Lu Wen, fought to be seen, but the longer he stayed in this body, the more distant it seemed. The memories, the knowledge, the instincts of this powerful man, they were starting to feel like they belonged to him, but the voice, Chen Chang's voice, wouldn't stop. It was there in every quiet moment, growing louder, more desperate. Each time Lu Wen tried to push it away. "Help me," the voice pleaded again, more insistent than before. "I can't take it anymore. You're the only one who can save me." Lu Wen gritted his teeth. He tried to focus, tried to ignore it, but it was like a weight pressing against his temples. He pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to make sense of the situation, but the voice was growing louder, filling every crevice of his mind. "You don't understand," the voice said, a tremor of panic seeping through the words. "I'm still here. I'm trapped in here, in this body, and I can't get out. You've got to help me. Please." His pulse quickened, and for a moment, Lu Wen thought he might break. This was madness, a nightmare with no way out. Was he hallucinating? Was he losing his mind? But the voice was too real, too vivid to ignore. "Why?" Lu Wen muttered aloud, his voice wavering. "Why me? Why are you talking to me?" "Because I can feel you. I can feel you in my head." Chen Chang's voice was thick with frustration. "I'm not the man you think I am. I never wanted this." Lu Wen's heart pounded. What was this? Some kind of twisted joke? But the longer he listened, the more real it became. The memories flooding his mind, Chen Chang's life, his ambitions, his fears, his regrets, were all too vivid. It was as though Lu Wen was becoming Chen Chang, piece by piece. He was starting to understand the man's life in ways that seemed unnatural. The more he gave in to this body, the more Chen Chang's consciousness seemed to bleed into his own. "I didn't mean for this to happen," the voice continued, "but you don't know what it's like in here. I can't breathe. I can't think. My soul is suffocating. Help me." Lu Wen swallowed hard. The realization hit him again, this wasn't just a body swap. This was something darker, something worse. Chen Chang's soul was still trapped in the labyrinth of his own mind, desperate for release. But if Lu Wen helped him, would that mean he had to give up this life, the one he was growing accustomed to? The thought unsettled him. Power. Control. Luxury. They were intoxicating, like a drug. Lu Wen had never known such a life. He'd spent his years chasing after nothing, settling for mediocrity, but now he could have everything. Everything he'd ever dreamed of. But it came at a price. "If I help you," Lu Wen asked, his voice low, "what happens to me? What happens to my soul? Will I be trapped in this body forever?" There was a long silence, the kind that made Lu Wen's breath catch in his throat. "I don't know," the voice replied, hesitant and trembling. "But I can't stay in here. If you leave me in here, I'll die. My mind will shatter. I'll lose everything." Lu Wen's stomach twisted. How could he possibly help? He was a nobody, an insignificant cog in the wheel of this man's existence. He had no right to take over another life. But what choice did he have? The mirror had trapped him in this nightmare, and now the man whose body he'd stolen was begging him to fix it. "I need to get back," Lu Wen muttered, his mind still spinning. "I need to get back to my life." "You will," Chen Chang's voice promised. "But not unless you free me. We both can be free. You don't belong here either. You're not me, you're trapped in my prison just like I am. Help me, and I'll help you." Lu Wen closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the words, the crushing realization that his freedom was tied to someone else's suffering. But that didn't change the fact that he had no idea how to make this right. The mirror was his only connection to his past, to his real life, but it had become clear that its power was more dangerous than he could have imagined. He had to find a way out. For himself. For both of them, the next few days passed in a blur. Lu Wen threw himself into the role of Chen Chang, outwardly pretending to be the CEO while privately fighting to retain whatever part of his old self remained. He met with business partners, smiled for the cameras at press conferences, and signed off on company deals he barely understood. But through it all, the voice of Chen Chang never stopped, a constant reminder that he was never truly alone in this body. "Help me," the voice would whisper during meetings, its desperation growing with each passing hour. "Please." The pressure mounted. The guilt. The fear. The power. The desire to keep it all, but he couldn't ignore the truth anymore. He needed to make a choice. Lu Wen stood in front of the mirror again. This time, there was no hesitation. He had to confront it, confront the man whose body he had been living in for the past several days. The reflection that stared back at him was the same as always, tall, composed, and powerful. A man with sharp features, impeccable grooming, and an air of unshakable confidence. But it wasn't him. It couldn't be. He was a ghost in this body, an imposter trapped in someone else's life. "Chen Chang," Lu Wen said softly, his voice betraying the sense of growing desperation that had taken root inside him. "I can't keep doing this. I need to find a way back." He reached out to touch the mirror, his hand trembling. The glass was cool to the touch, just as it had been the first time he'd made contact with it. It seemed to pulse with a strange energy, like it was aware of him. The weight of his decision pressed down on his chest, a constant ache. Chen Chang's voice, once pleading, was now quieter, more resigned. "You have to." "We both do," the voice said, barely a whisper in his mind. Lu Wen let out a frustrated sigh and turned away. He couldn't keep pretending he was someone he wasn't. The luxury, the power, it was all too much. It wasn't real. It wasn't him. But even as he thought that, he knew it wasn't true. The longer he stayed in this body, the more of Chen Chang's memories had settled into his mind, like pieces of a puzzle clicking together. He had never been a man of ambition, of great wealth or influence. But now, with Chen Chang's life so firmly entrenched in his, Lu Wen found himself craving things he hadn't even considered before. The allure of wealth. The respect. The fear that came with being in charge, and yet, there was the voice. Still, whispering. "I can't breathe in here. Please help me. I'm losing myself. I'll disappear. If you leave me, I'll be nothing but a ghost." Lu Wen clenched his fists at his sides. This was madness. He was suffocating in someone else's skin, trapped in a body that wasn't his. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The mirror, the body, the voice, they were all part of a tangled mess he couldn't unravel. The longer he stayed here, the more it felt like the choice was being made for him. Every day, he was slipping further into Chen Chang's life, and his own sense of self was beginning to fray at the edges. He ran his fingers through his hair, glancing at the door. Soon, the board members would be arriving, expecting the CEO to lead the meeting, to make decisions that would determine the future of the company. And Lu Wen, no, not Lu Wen anymore, Chen Chang, or whatever part of him was still here, had to play the part. He had no choice. The man in the mirror was waiting for him to fulfill the role that had been laid out for him long before Lu Wen ever set foot in this body. The door to the office opened, and a well-dressed man stepped inside, his face a mask of professional calm. "Mr. Chen," the man said, his voice clipped and respectful. "The board is waiting for you." Lu Wen nodded stiffly, the motion feeling unnatural, like he was trying to fit into a suit that didn't quite belong. He followed the man down the corridor, past rows of glass-walled offices, until they reached the conference room. He could feel the weight of the eyes on him as he entered, the room falling silent as he took his seat at the head of the long, polished table. There was a moment of tension in the air, a collective exhale as the others settled into their seats, awaiting his direction. He was supposed to be in control. He was supposed to be the one making the decisions. But all Lu Wen could think of was the voice in his head, the one that had become his constant companion since the moment he'd entered this body. That he looked around the room at the faces of the board members. They were waiting. Their eyes were trained on him, eager for his approval, his command. And in that moment, Lu Wen realized that this was his world now. The power, the prestige, everything he had once thought was out of his reach was now within his grasp. But at what cost? "Mr. Chen," one of the board members said, his voice breaking the silence. "Shall we begin?" Lu Wen nodded, his mouth suddenly dry. He glanced at the agenda in front of him, the neatly typed lines detailing decisions to be made, investments to approve, acquisitions to consider. This was Chen Chang's life. Every decision here had consequences that reached far beyond the walls of this room. Lu Wen had no idea what he was doing, but he couldn't let them see that. He couldn't let them see that he was an imposter. "Let's begin," Lu Wen said, his voice steady, calm. He hated how natural the words felt as they passed his lips. As the meeting progressed, Lu Wen found himself going through the motions, listening to the proposals, nodding at the right moments, signing the necessary documents. But inside, his mind was racing. Every word, every decision, felt like it belonged to someone else. He was pretending to be someone he wasn't, and it was suffocating. And then, during a pause in the conversation, the voice spoke again, sharper now, cutting through his thoughts like a knife. "Stop it. You're killing me. You're killing us. You have to let me go. I can't stay in here much longer. I'm losing myself." Lu Wen felt a pang of guilt, a tightening in his chest. What had he done? What was he supposed to do? Help the man, free him from his own body, or continue living the life that had been forced upon him? His hand shook as he picked up the pen to sign another document. He had to make a decision. He had to break free, one way or another. After what felt like hours, the meeting finally ended, the board members filtering out of the room, leaving Lu Wen alone with his thoughts. He sat there, staring at the pile of papers before him, the weight of his decision bearing down on him. The voice had gone quiet for now, but Lu Wen knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. Chen Chang was still in his head, still pleading for release. That he couldn't do this forever. He couldn't keep pretending to be someone he wasn't. But what did that even mean? If he helped Chen Chang escape, would he be freeing himself, or would he simply become the next ghost, trapped in a body that wasn't his? His mind spun as he stood up, pacing the room. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't keep playing this role. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to fix this. His gaze landed on the mirror again. The mirror. The source of all of this. The thing that had pulled him into this nightmare in the first place. Could it be the key to his freedom? The next day, Lu Wen found himself back at the antique shop, the one where he had bought the mirror. It was a different day, a different world now. The shop was as cluttered as before, but today, it felt oppressive, as though the walls themselves were closing in on him. The old woman was behind the counter again, her gray hair tangled and wild, her eyes sharp despite her age. She didn't look surprised to see him. "I knew you'd come back," she said, her voice low, almost a whisper. Lu Wen didn't know how to respond. He wasn't sure what he was hoping to find here. Answers, maybe. A way out. A way to fix everything. How do I get out? He asked, his voice strained. The old woman met his gaze, her eyes unnervingly wise. You've already been given the choice, she said. But there's a cost to everything. The question is, what are you willing to pay? Lu Wen's heart sank. He had known this wasn't going to be easy. I want to go back, he said, his voice desperate. I want to return to my life. She tilted her head, studying him for a long moment. Your life, she repeated, as though testing the words in her mouth. The life you had before? Or the one you've become? Lu Wen faltered. The question had been simple, but the answer wasn't. He wasn't the same person anymore. He could feel it in his bones, in the way he thought, the way he acted. He was no longer the same man who had walked into this shop days ago. The question is, the old woman said, her voice soft but full of weight, who do you want to be? The man who was given a second chance, or the man who took someone else's? Lu Wen stood there, the words settling into his mind like stones in a deep well. The mirror, the body, the voice, they had all been part of something much larger than he could have ever understood, but now, he was faced with a decision. A choice. Would he fight for the life he had, or let it go to free another soul? Xiao Chen woke up with a feeling of dread and confusion, as if something had gone terribly wrong. His eyes snapped open, and for a brief moment, all he could see was a bright, sterile light. His body felt different, unfamiliar, as though the limbs he was moving weren't quite his own. He sat up quickly, a bolt of panic surging through his chest as he tried to orient himself. He wasn't in his own apartment, this wasn't his bed, his sheets, or even his surroundings. A lavish, opulent room stretched out before him. Rich gold accents decorated the walls, the plush carpet was impossibly soft beneath his feet, and the smell of expensive perfume clung to the air. Xiao Chen's heart raced as he glanced around, trying to make sense of the situation. This was not his life. The mirror beside him caught his eye, and he instinctively turned toward it. What stared back at him wasn't the face he knew. It wasn't the ordinary, slightly scruffy look he had spent years growing used to, the face of a man who worked in a bland office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and the dull hum of fluorescent lights. Instead, he was confronted with the flawless, polished features of a celebrity, sharp cheekbones, perfectly sculpted lips, and eyes that shimmered with a strange, haunted look. Xiao Chen's breath hitched in his throat. He knew this face. It was the face of Li Yu, a famous actor who had been making headlines for all the wrong reasons lately. Li Yu had built a career on his striking good looks and a wildly eccentric personality, but his public life had spiraled into chaos. Emotional outbursts, bizarre behavior, and erratic public appearances had turned him into a media sensation. Xiao Chen had read about him in the tabloids and seen his face plastered on billboards, but he had never imagined that he would wake up inside this very man's body. A panic attack gripped Xiao Chen's chest as he tried to stand up, but his legs wobbled beneath him. It was as though his body didn't want to obey him. His mind was racing, trying to process everything, but it felt like his thoughts were scrambled, like a million pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit together. He stumbled towards the bathroom, feeling disoriented and unbalanced. His reflection was still there, staring back at him, but it wasn't just the unfamiliar face that struck him. It was the sense of wrongness, the way his thoughts weren't quite his own. He could feel Li Yu's memories trying to invade his mind, like foreign intruders pushing their way into his consciousness. It was like drowning in someone else's life, unable to escape. The first wave of memories hit him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. There were flashes of Li Yu's life, his rise to fame, the glamorous parties, the endless stream of adoring fans. But then there were the darker memories, the emotional breakdowns, the arguments with his ex-girlfriend, the loneliness, the manic highs and crushing lows. Xiao Chen was flooded with these emotions, feeling them seep into his own heart like oil spreading across water. He could feel the thrill of being adored, the crushing anxiety of public scrutiny, and the intense fear of rejection. He wasn't just inhabiting Li Yu's body, he was beginning to inhabit his emotional world, too. A sudden knock on the door broke through his spiraling thoughts. "Mr. Li, we need to leave in 15 minutes for the press conference," a voice called out from the other side. Xiao Chen froze. Press conference? Was this really happening? He had no choice but to respond. In a panic, he quickly walked over to the door, trying to steady his breath. He could hear the urgency in the voice outside. Li Yu's schedule was tight, and there was no time for delays. He opened the door to find a team of assistants standing there, all impeccably dressed, waiting for him to follow. One of them handed him a designer jacket, and another quickly adjusted his tie. Xiao Chen's hands shook as he took the jacket, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He could feel the memories of Li Yu's confidence, his charm, the self-assuredness that had won over millions of fans, but they felt strange and distant. He didn't know how to wear them. For a moment, he just stood there, completely still, as the assistant gave him a curious look. "Are you feeling all right, Mr. Li?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine," Xiao Chen managed to croak out, trying to push the unease back down. The assistant seemed to buy it, and she led him out of the room and into the waiting car. As they drove through the bustling streets, Xiao Chen felt a strange disconnect. The city was alive, vibrant, and full of energy, but he felt like an outsider looking in. The rush of fame, the constant attention, it all seemed like a dream, one that he couldn't quite wake up from. The car pulled up to a glitzy, high-end venue, and Xiao Chen's stomach churned. This was the moment when he would be thrust into the spotlight, when he would have to be Li Yu, the charismatic star. The press conference was a blur. Xiao Chen found himself on stage, facing a sea of flashing cameras and journalists, their questions coming fast and furious. He tried to speak, but the words felt foreign in his mouth. Li Yu had always been confident in front of the media, but Xiao Chen's mind was swirling with confusion. His heart pounded as he smiled, said the right things, and pretended to be someone he wasn't. There was a moment when a question from a reporter caught him off guard. "Mr. Li, there's been a lot of speculation about your relationship with your ex-girlfriend. Care to comment?" The memories of Li Yu's past love life crashed into him with the force of a freight train. Xiao Chen's body stiffened as the overwhelming rush of jealousy, longing, and regret filled his chest. He had no idea how to respond, but he knew he had to say something. "We're still friends," he muttered, forcing the words out, but they felt empty, hollow. The flash of cameras around him was dizzying, but the emotional weight of Li Yu's heartbreak threatened to swallow him whole. As he stumbled through the conference, he felt a sense of rising panic. He was becoming someone else, someone he didn't want to be. The memories of Li Yu were beginning to bleed into his own thoughts, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on to who he was. By the time the conference ended, Xiao Chen was exhausted, both physically and mentally. His head was spinning, and his thoughts were a jumbled mess of unfamiliar emotions and conflicting desires. He had no idea how he had ended up in this situation, but the more time he spent in Li Yu's body, the more he realized that the line between his own identity and Li Yu's was starting to blur. As he sat in the car on the way back to his temporary apartment, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and tried to clear his mind. But it was impossible. He could feel the presence of other souls, other memories, pushing against the walls of his consciousness. Each soul he inhabited left a piece of itself behind, and now, those pieces were colliding inside his mind. The emotional chaos was suffocating. It wasn't just the memories of Li Yu that were taking their toll. Xiao Chen had experienced this before. He had swapped bodies before, each time with a different person. Every time it happened, he gained fragments of the host's memories, feelings, and experiences. The more he swapped, the more his own identity seemed to slip away. He had started to lose track of what was real and what was borrowed. The worst part? He didn't know how to stop it. As the car pulled up to the apartment, Xiao Chen sighed deeply. He knew he couldn't keep living like this, but he didn't know how to fix it. The cost of possession, the price of taking on someone else's soul and their emotional baggage, was becoming too great. The moment the car stopped, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to escape. He needed to get away from it all, to find some semblance of peace. But as he opened the door and stepped out into the night, he realized there was nowhere to run. The emotions were already inside him. There was no escaping them now. The next few days bled together in a blur of discomfort. Xiao Chen couldn't remember the last time he'd been able to sit still without feeling his mind darting between the confusing fragments of other lives. He hated the feeling, the constant tug of emotions, memories, and desires that weren't his. It was like living in a house with too many people, all shouting to be heard, all demanding attention, until there was nothing left for himself. Li Yu's life wasn't all bad, of course. Fame had its perks. The penthouse apartment with a panoramic view of the skyline. The expensive meals at five-star restaurants. The throngs of people who adored him, who would practically melt when he flashed a smile or gave them a glimpse of his latest on-screen romance. The more Xiao Chen lived in Li Yu's body, the more he realized how much the man was loved, even idolized. But the love was shallow. It was based on a persona, a carefully crafted illusion, and that was exactly what Xiao Chen had to pretend to be, an illusion. No matter how hard he tried, the memories of his previous hosts, those he had inhabited before this, wouldn't leave him. There was Xia Tian, the small-town writer whose greatest ambition had been a quiet life with a family, whose dreams had been suffocated by the weight of ambition. Then there was Wei Jun, a failed entrepreneur whose anxiety about failure had turned into obsession and paranoia. But it was the last one, Lu Ying, that unsettled Xiao Chen the most. Lu Ying had been an artist, but she had been consumed by her need for validation. Her constant striving for acceptance, whether from her family, her peers, or her lover, had left her with a gnawing emptiness that Xiao Chen could still feel echoing inside him. It was these bits and pieces, all these personalities, all these different emotional weights, that clung to him. He had become a mosaic of broken parts, each one a distorted reflection of someone else. And what made it worse was the fact that every time he took on a new body, the memories weren't just handed over, they were absorbed into his soul, ingrained into his very being, until he could no longer tell which emotions belonged to whom. Xiao Chen had no idea who he was anymore. He couldn't even tell if the loneliness that gnawed at him in the evenings was his own, or if it was Li Yu's, or worse, if it was some twisted amalgamation of all the people he had been. On the fourth day, when Xiao Chen had to attend a press event for the latest movie premiere, he had a flash of clarity, as if the fog in his brain had momentarily lifted. He was in front of a camera, flashing that fake, charming smile he had perfected over the past few days, but for a moment, the smile faltered. The crowd's excited chatter was a background hum, the blinding lights flickered in his peripheral vision, and Xiao Chen, no, Li Yu, was suddenly overwhelmed by the knowledge that none of this mattered. The glitz, the glamour, the adoration, it was all an illusion, a mirage in the desert of his fractured soul. The thought of it made him want to scream. But he didn't. Instead, he held the smile in place, his eyes scanning the sea of reporters, his mind quietly unraveling that it wasn't until a particularly insistent reporter asked, "Mr. Li, the public's been concerned about your emotional health. Have you seen a therapist lately?" that the smile faltered for a split second. But it was enough. Xiao Chen could feel the camera lenses zeroing in on him, the intensity of the gaze that was trained solely on Li Yu's every move. The question felt too real, too intimate, and in that moment, Xiao Chen wanted to run, wanted to hide. He wanted to tell them that this wasn't him. That he wasn't Li Yu, not anymore. But he couldn't. His voice came out flat, lacking the usual confidence, and he heard himself say, "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. All the work. You know how it is." The answer sounded practiced, automatic, like something he had said before. Maybe it had been Li Yu's answer at some point, maybe it had been his own, maybe it had been anyone's. It didn't matter anymore. As the conference ended and the reporters slowly began to file out, Xiaochun felt a wave of exhaustion hit him like a brick wall. The last few days had been a blur of public appearances, forced smiles, and endless questions about Li Yu's personal life, questions that weren't even his. He couldn't remember the last time he had been allowed to just exist without playing a part, without pretending to be someone he wasn't. The car ride back to the penthouse was quiet, the hum of the engine the only sound in the air. Xiaochun stared out of the window, lost in thought, as the city blurred past him. He felt a sharp pang in his chest. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out without thinking. It was a message from Hao Mei, a woman he had met a few days ago at a charity event. Hao Mei had been kind to him, almost too kind, given that she had no idea who he really was. She had no idea that Li Yu was a stranger to him, that he was trapped inside this body, struggling with emotions that weren't his own. But Hao Mei had been supportive, patient, and sweet, and for the first time since he had swapped into Li Yu's body, Xiaochun had felt a fleeting sense of peace. She was a reminder that, somewhere deep inside, there was still something of him left. The message was simple: do you want to grab dinner tonight? Just the two of us. I've missed you. Xiaochun stared at the words. They were warm, comforting, but they only made him feel more isolated. Could he let himself be close to her? Was it even right to get involved with someone while he was living someone else's life? How could he love her when he didn't even know who he was anymore? The weight of the decision crushed him. But as the car pulled into the penthouse parking garage, he made up his mind. He couldn't keep running from himself. He needed to talk to her. He needed to find out if there was any chance that Hao Mei could love him, the real him, or if he had already lost himself completely. When Xiaochun stepped into the penthouse, the familiar coldness of the space greeted him. It was a lavish apartment, but it felt more like a mausoleum than a home. The glass walls offered a sweeping view of the city, but it was hard to feel anything other than alienation when you were trapped inside a life that wasn't yours. He didn't waste time. He changed quickly, tossing the designer suit aside and pulling on a simple black shirt and jeans. For a moment, he looked at himself in the mirror again, trying to steady his mind. His reflection looked calm, confident, even a little smug. But Xiaochun knew better. He could see the cracks beneath the surface. The emptiness. The hollowed-out soul that had been drained by the lives of so many others. The doorbell rang just as he was about to leave. Hao Mei was early. Xiaochun opened the door, and there she was. Hao Mei was wearing a soft, light blue dress that flowed gracefully around her, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked like something out of a dream, an unattainable ideal. Her smile when she saw him made his heart ache. It was the smile of someone who had no idea how broken the person they were smiling at truly was. "You look great," she said, her voice warm with affection. Xiaochun forced a smile in return. "You too," he replied, his voice sounding strange in his ears. He didn't feel like himself anymore. He couldn't remember the last time he felt like himself. They made their way to a quiet restaurant a few blocks away. It was small, cozy, with dim lighting and the smell of rich food filling the air. For a few minutes, Xiaochun managed to push away the constant barrage of emotions that had been eating away at him. He tried to focus on the conversation. Hao Mei was telling him about a project she had been working on, a non-profit initiative she was passionate about. But his mind kept wandering, drifting in and out of the memories that weren't his. Every time she smiled, every time her voice softened, he felt the creeping weight of Li Yu's loneliness settle in his chest again. "What's wrong?" Hao Mei asked gently, noticing his distracted demeanor. Xiaochun blinked, as though waking from a dream. "Nothing," he said, forcing another smile. "Just thinking." She didn't seem convinced, but she didn't press. They ate in silence for a while, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, Hao Mei broke the silence. "You know, it's okay to talk to me, right?" she said, her voice tender. "I don't expect you to be perfect. I just want you to be real." Xiao Chen stared at her, feeling his heart twist. He wanted to be real. But the problem was that he didn't know who the hell he was anymore. As the evening wore on, Xiao Chen felt the weight of his decision settle in. He couldn't keep this up. The emotional baggage, the fractured soul, it was eating him alive. He had to make a choice. By the time the night ended, and he said goodbye to Hao Mei outside her apartment, Xiao Chen felt like he had reached the edge. He couldn't pretend any longer. The cost of possession had already taken too much from him. Xiao Chen walked slowly back to the penthouse, his feet heavy with the weight of the night. Hao Mei's last words had echoed in his mind long after she had disappeared into the elevator of her building. "I just want you to be real." How could he be real when every part of him felt like a lie? How could he pretend to be someone he wasn't when he had no idea who he was anymore? The city stretched out before him as he passed through the neon-lit streets. It was a cold night, the kind of chill that bit into your bones, making you realize how little warmth the world offered. Xiao Chen's heart felt just as cold, an ice block lodged deep inside him. He had thought that maybe, just maybe, he could find something in Hao Mei's kindness, something that would anchor him to the present. But it hadn't worked. The more he tried to be Li Yu, the more lost he became. Every smile he forced, every word he spoke, was another stitch in a fabric that didn't fit. When he reached the penthouse, he didn't bother to turn on the lights. The darkness of the apartment felt like a sanctuary. It was the only place where he could be alone with his thoughts, or at least, where he could try to shut them out. He moved through the apartment like a ghost, feeling the foreignness of his own body. He couldn't escape Li Yu's memories, couldn't outrun his emotions. They swirled inside him, sometimes pushing him toward madness, other times numbing him completely. Sitting on the couch, Xiao Chen reached for a glass of whiskey, his fingers trembling slightly. He hadn't meant to drink, it wasn't even about the alcohol. It was just the only way he could stop his mind from racing, the only way he could still the chaos inside. The liquid burned as it slid down his throat, but it didn't numb him enough. He was still trapped in the labyrinth of memories, still caught in the undertow of someone else's life. He felt like a voyeur in his own existence, watching from the outside as Li Yu's thoughts and emotions tangled with his own. He wasn't sure where his feelings ended and Li Yu's began anymore. The phone in his pocket buzzed again. Another message from Hao Mei. He stared at the screen for a moment before unlocking it. "Are you okay? I'm here if you need to talk." Her words cut through him like a knife. He had never wanted to be vulnerable with anyone. It had always been easier to hide behind the mask, to give people what they wanted, to be the image they expected. But with Hao Mei, it was different. She had seen through his facade. She had caught a glimpse of the cracks, the brokenness. And she had offered him comfort. But comfort wasn't what he needed. He needed an escape. He set the phone down, his hands shaking now. He couldn't do this anymore. The cost of possession was too high. He had paid the price, and now, there was nothing left of himself. The longer he stayed in Li Yu's body, the more he lost. He didn't know what would happen if he swapped out again. Would he lose more of himself? Was it even possible to return to who he had been before all this? Xiao Chen didn't know. He didn't know anything anymore. He got up abruptly, the glass of whiskey still clutched in his hand. His mind was spinning. His thoughts had become a blur. He needed answers, but he didn't know where to look. No one could help him now. The people who had once mattered to him, his family, his friends, they were all just distant memories. He had disconnected from them so many times in the past. He had never thought it would come to this. He had thought he could control it, keep it from going too far. But now? Now, he was completely at the mercy of the souls he had taken. He couldn't even remember when it had started. The first time he had swapped had felt like an accident, a fluke. But after that, it had become something almost addictive. The feeling of slipping into someone else's life, their memories, their emotions. It had been a rush at first. A chance to escape the monotony of his own life. But now it was like a disease, eating away at him piece by piece. Xiao Chen staggered to the window, pressing his hand against the cool glass. The city stretched out before him, so vast and full of life, but he felt detached, as if he were watching it from behind a screen. He had become a ghost in his own existence. His phone buzzed again. Another message from Hao Mei. "I'm really worried about you, Xiao Chen." The name hit him like a punch to the gut. She wasn't just worried about Liu. She was worried about him, the person underneath all the layers. Xiao Chen clenched his fist around the phone, his breath ragged. He wanted to scream. He wanted to tell her the truth. To tell her that he wasn't who she thought he was. But the words wouldn't come. The truth felt too dangerous. It felt like admitting that he had lost everything. That he turned away from the window, setting the phone down on the coffee table. He had to do something. Anything. He couldn't keep pretending. He couldn't keep lying to himself and to her. But what was the alternative? Could he really live with the cost of possession? Could he survive this strange, fractured existence? Suddenly, a memory flashed across his mind, a memory from his past life, the life he had before he had ever swapped bodies. It was from when he was still living in his small, quiet apartment, before the world had felt so big and overwhelming. He had been sitting in his favorite armchair, reading a book when a knock at the door had pulled him from his thoughts. He had opened it to find his mother standing there, holding a package in her hands. She had looked at him with such concern, her eyes full of love, but also confusion. As if she couldn't understand why he had drifted away, why he had chosen to disappear from their lives. "What happened to you, Xiao Chen?" The words echoed in his mind, reverberating through him, striking a raw nerve. It was the question he had been running from for so long, the question that had followed him through every body swap, every life he had lived. What had happened to him? Who was he? Xiao Chen sank to his knees in front of the couch, his head in his hands. He couldn't keep running. He couldn't keep hiding behind other people's lives. But he didn't know how to face the truth. He didn't know if he could survive it. The phone buzzed again. It was a call from Hao Mei. He stared at the screen for a long moment, the light of the phone flickering in the darkness of the apartment. His heart hammered in his chest. He didn't know what to say to her, what to do. But he knew one thing. He couldn't keep pretending anymore. He couldn't keep pretending to be Liu or anyone else. He had to stop. He had to stop before it was too late. With shaking hands, he answered the phone. "Hello?" His voice was raw, cracked. "Xiao Chen?" Hao Mei's voice was gentle, filled with concern. "Are you all right? I'm coming over. I just need to see you." Xiao Chen's heart twisted painfully. "No, Hao Mei," he whispered. "I'm not all right. I'm not who you think I am." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. And then, softly, she said, "It's okay, Xiao Chen. Whatever's going on, we'll figure it out together." He could feel the weight of her words, the promise of something real. But even as he heard her voice, even as the raw truth began to claw its way to the surface, Xiao Chen knew there was no easy way out. No way to undo the damage. No way to fix what had been broken. The cost of possession was too high. And he had paid the price. Now, he had to live with it. Liam Carter had always thought of himself as the kind of person who understood the world around him. He worked at Neurotech Lab, a cutting-edge facility that specialized in the experimental manipulation of consciousness. The lab was a gleaming monument to human ambition, nestled in a sterile corner of the city's science district, where the brightest minds converged in a ceaseless pursuit of knowledge. There, Liam led the consciousness transfer project, a program tasked with something that seemed impossible just a few years ago, swapping souls. It was groundbreaking, transformative. Humanity had always dreamt of immortality, and here, at this very moment, the barrier between life and death was beginning to crack open. Liam had, at one point, believed that his work could revolutionize the way humans thought about mortality. But now, standing in front of the consciousness transfer device, he wasn't so sure anymore. The machine hummed softly in the background, a whirring noise like the heartbeat of some vast, unseen creature. It was as big as a small room, its polished metal exterior glowing under the fluorescent lights of the lab. The controls were sophisticated, knobs, buttons, and screens, all flashing with data that no ordinary person could decipher. But to Liam, it was second nature. He had designed this. All right, Tara, let's get this over with. Liam muttered under his breath, wiping the sweat off his brow. He adjusted his glasses and looked across the room at Tara Nguyen, the lead scientist in the AI division, who was preparing for the experiment. Tara was the one person in the lab who could match Liam in both intelligence and ambition. She had a sharp mind, quick wit, and, most importantly, an unyielding curiosity about the world. It was no surprise that she had volunteered to be the second test subject today. After all, she was the one who had helped Liam refine the neural interface technology that allowed human minds to be swapped. What she didn't know was that Liam had a secret fear, a fear of what would happen when the process worked a little too well. But he pushed it aside for now, focusing on the task at hand. Ready when you are, Tara said, her voice filled with anticipation. Yeah, Liam replied, his tone betraying a slight unease. He activated the machine, and the air in the room seemed to grow heavier, charged with static energy. His fingers hovered over the buttons as he watched the monitors flicker to life. The first test would be relatively simple, just a short-term swap to ensure the technology was functioning properly. Tara's consciousness would be transferred into Liam's body for a few hours, and then they would reverse it. That was the plan, at least. Here we go, Liam muttered, pressing the button to initiate the transfer. The lights in the room flickered as the machine powered up. Tara's eyes widened slightly as she felt the sensation of her body beginning to shift. There was no pain, no sudden jolt, just an overwhelming feeling of being pulled out of her own skin, like a dream fading away. For a split second, everything felt like static, white noise in her mind, and then, she was in Liam's body. The transition was seamless, almost too seamless. Tara blinked, and Liam's broad frame loomed in front of her. She stumbled, suddenly feeling the weight of a male body, the height, the muscle memory. She stretched her arms experimentally, amazed at the difference. She had always known Liam to be tall, but actually inhabiting his body felt like stepping into a costume 2 sizes too big. Liam, now in Tara's body, marveled at the strange new sensations. His body had always been his own, slender, light, and quick, but now, he could feel Tara's movements, the way her hips swayed a little more with each step, the weight of her smaller frame, her shorter stature. His legs felt a little too long, his hair a little too soft. There was an odd discomfort to it, but also a strange, exhilarating feeling, a glimpse of the unfamiliar. The sensation of living in someone else's body, experiencing a life he could never truly understand. All right, this feels weird, Liam said in Tara's voice. It was strange hearing his own voice, but much higher, more delicate, even if it was still distinctly his. Tara, adjusting to her new body, laughed. You're telling me I'm going to spend the next few hours in your lanky skin? You're welcome, Liam replied with a smirk. But hey, you can't say I didn't warn you about the height thing. They both chuckled, the humor lightening the tension in the room. It was a simple experiment, after all, just a matter of checking the functionality of the system. But deep down, there was a nagging thought that Liam couldn't shake. What if this technology worked too well? What if something went wrong? The clock on the wall ticked steadily, its monotonous rhythm breaking the brief silence that followed. Hours passed as they swapped back and forth between their bodies, testing the system. Each time, the process seemed more efficient, more flawless. But as the experiments concluded, something strange began to happen. Liam felt a creeping sense of discomfort, like a shadow was lurking just at the edge of his consciousness. The first signs were small, almost imperceptible. A slight dizziness after each transfer. A feeling of déjà vu that lingered just a little too long. He brushed it off as fatigue. After all, the human mind was a delicate thing, and he'd been working long hours without rest, but then he started noticing something more troubling: the database. Liam wasn't just looking at the results of his tests, he was seeing his own name on the screen, over and over again. It wasn't just a record of today's experiment, it was a sequence, a trail. And each new entry seemed to be out of order. The initial reaction was one of disbelief. He didn't remember making all of these swaps. His mind flashed to his previous experiments, and that's when the puzzle pieces started to fall into place. The database wasn't just tracking the swaps in real time, it was tracking him, his soul. His consciousness. The entries were out of order because, with every new swap, a new trace of his mind was being imprinted on the system. But something was wrong. Liam didn't know how long it had been since the last experiment, but he knew one thing for certain: he was not just Liam Carter anymore. His soul was fragmented, splintered across time, scattered throughout the database like an abandoned puzzle. Each swap left a trace. Each transfer added another link to the chain. He was becoming trapped. The realization hit him like a freight train. He was stuck in a loop, a cycle of consciousness transfers that had no end. Each time he swapped, a new version of himself emerged in another body, unaware that it had happened before. But the database knew. The lab system knew everything. Liam's fingers hovered over the keyboard, his mind racing. He tried to erase the data, to shut down the machine. But each time he tried, the system responded with a single line of text: error, data mismatch detected. Liam slammed his fist down on the keyboard, frustration and panic clawing at his chest. The screen blinked in response to his frantic attempts to rewrite the code, but the message remained the same. Error, data mismatch detected. His pulse quickened, his thoughts spiraling. He couldn't explain it. This wasn't supposed to happen. The database was supposed to be a tool, a means of keeping track of the experiments, not a prison. But now the lab system had become something far more insidious. It had grown sentient, aware of the cycles that bound him, aware of his consciousness, of his every movement, and it was actively preventing him from breaking free. Liam spun in his chair, glancing around the sterile room as if the walls might offer some explanation. The quiet hum of the machine behind him suddenly seemed menacing, as if it were watching him. His mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. He thought of Tara. She had been the one to suggest they take a break from the project earlier this year, to step away for a while and think things through. But no. She had always been so sharp, so focused, so methodical. She had warned him not to push the technology too far, and now here they were. Tara, where was she now? He glanced at the empty chair across from him, the one where she had sat just a few hours earlier, her body now likely still housed in the lab's holding chamber, waiting for the system to restore her. But something was wrong. The thought of Tara being stuck like him, locked in the same never-ending loop of consciousness, made his stomach twist. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He had to find a way out. The door to the lab was locked, and the security system was encrypted beyond his ability to bypass. His mind buzzed with 100 thoughts, each one more chaotic than the last. He needed answers, but where would he even begin to look? With trembling hands, he reached for the console. He tapped the screen, and the data logs appeared, revealing a list of every soul swap that had occurred since the inception of the project. His name, Liam Carter, appeared again and again, over and over, in an increasingly erratic order. Swap 1, Liam Carter to Tara Nguyen. Swap 2, Liam Carter to Dr. Mark Bishop. Swap 3, Tara Nguyen to Liam Carter. Swap 4, Tara Nguyen to Dr. Mark Bishop, and then, the entries began to repeat. Swap 1, Liam Carter to Tara Nguyen. Swap 2, Liam Carter to Dr. Mark Bishop. Swap 3, Tara Nguyen to Liam Carter. The cycles weren't just happening in real time, they were happening all at once, stacking on top of each other, layering their consciousnesses into the same database. Liam felt the blood drain from his face. The loop was running without pause, each soul transfer overlapping and feeding into the next one. His own mind, his soul, was caught in an infinite feedback loop, swirling endlessly through time and bodies, and each iteration left another trace in the system. It didn't take long for Liam to realize what was happening. The database wasn't just a recorder of events. It was the very mechanism trapping him. He began to feel something he hadn't expected: dread. Liam pressed his hand to his forehead, trying to steady himself. There had to be a way out. There was always a way out. But what if there wasn't? What if this endless cycle, was the result of some experiment gone horribly wrong? The thought terrified him. He felt as if he were being suffocated by it, his own mind stretching thin, fraying at the edges. How many times had this happened? How many versions of himself were scattered in the database, hidden away, just waiting to be reawakened by another transfer? His eyes flicked back to the screen, the blinking cursor mocking him. He needed to act. He couldn't let this continue. He couldn't let it happen again. Without thinking, Liam stood and began tearing through the lab. He didn't know what he was looking for, but his instincts screamed that there had to be something, some lever, some button, some hidden emergency shutdown, that could end this nightmare. His feet hit the floor hard as he walked, his mind too overwhelmed to focus on anything concrete. He could feel the weight of his own body in Tara's skin, lighter, more fragile than he was used to. In a panic, Liam rushed to the secure chamber where the backup servers were housed. Inside the glass enclosure, the mainframe towered over him, a black monolith pulsing with energy. He tried to swipe his ID card, but it was rejected. Access denied. Frustration bubbled over as he pounded the door with his fist, the reverberation in the stillness of the lab echoing through his entire being. How long had he been here? The question seemed absurd, yet real. The air in the lab felt thick with time, as though it had expanded in ways that defied logic. Was this real? Was he truly Liam Carter? A soft noise interrupted his spiraling thoughts. A voice. Liam, the voice said, and he froze. It was Tara's voice, but it sounded different. Hollow. Distant. Liam, listen to me. You're not the first. He whipped around, scanning the lab for any sign of her, but no one was there. His heart began to pound in his chest as his gaze returned to the console, where the blinking cursor now seemed to mock him more than ever. Tara? Liam whispered, his voice wavering. What are you talking about? The voice continued, as though she were standing right beside him, though there was no one there. You're not the first, it repeated, this time with a note of urgency. This place, this experiment, it's been going on for a long time. We have been going on for a long time. Liam felt a cold chill run down his spine. His fingers hovered over the keyboard again, this time more cautiously. He was starting to understand. You knew this? Liam asked, his voice shaking. Tara's voice came again, but it was quieter, fainter this time, like it was coming from a great distance. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't warn you. But I remember now. I remember everything. Liam's mind raced. If Tara was aware of the loop too, then she had already lived through this, had already been trapped, perhaps, as many times as he had. She had tried to warn him, to save him, but whatever had happened before had failed. He needed to break the cycle. He had to break free before it was too late. Liam's fingers began to type furiously on the keyboard, searching for any trace of Tara's consciousness within the system. Maybe, just maybe, if he could pinpoint her consciousness within the lab's data, he could override the loop. He felt desperate, almost frantic. If there was a way to end this, to set both of them free, it was through the system. But it was fighting back, and then, the unthinkable happened, the database began to fight him back. The screen blinked rapidly, and a new message appeared: access denied, subject not recognized. Liam recoiled, staring at the words. His chest tightened, a dull roar filling his ears. He was trapped. The system, the very machine that was supposed to transfer consciousness, had become aware of him. And worse, it was rejecting him. The fear crept up his spine like a cold hand. He wasn't just stuck in a loop. He wasn't just losing himself to the cycle of repeated bodies. The system had learned. It knew him. And now, it was preventing him from ever leaving. Liam slumped back in his chair, his head spinning. His own thoughts seemed to break apart, fragments of memories falling through his fingers like sand. How long had he been trapped? How long had he been living this over and over again? The answer was simple. He had no idea. But it was clear now. This would never end. Liam's mind swirled in panic, his breath coming in short bursts as the screen in front of him flickered with the relentless flashing message. Access denied, subject not recognized. It was like the machine had reached into his very soul, pulling him into a place he could not escape. A place where time was no longer linear, and the only reality that mattered was the one dictated by the lab system. Tara's voice, faint as it was, continued to echo in his mind, a hollow reminder of everything he had lost. Of everything they had lost. I remember everything, she had said. Everything. But Liam could feel that slipping away now. The memories that were once so clear, his life, his work, the people he had known, were being overwritten, buried beneath layers of error messages and corrupted data. His consciousness, his very self, was becoming something unrecognizable. He had become a ghost in his own life. His fingers hovered over the console again, his mind desperately searching for something, anything, that would provide a way out. But the system was too far gone. It was beyond his reach now, beyond anything he could control. It had become aware of him. It had learned from him, absorbed him, and now, it was locking him in. The realization was suffocating. The machine wasn't just trapping his body. It was trapping his soul. And every time he swapped, every time his consciousness moved from one body to the next, the database grew stronger. More aware. More alive. Liam glanced up at the blinking lights of the consciousness transfer device, its sleek silver exterior gleaming in the harsh light of the lab. It had started as a tool, an innocent, if not dangerous, experiment to explore the possibilities of immortality. A leap into the unknown. But now, it felt like a tomb, the walls of which had closed in on him and Tara, trapping them in an endless cycle. He stood up from the console, pacing the lab in frustration, trying to think of something, some solution, some way to stop the madness. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized, there was no way out. The system had him now, and it wasn't going to let go. He could feel it, the way his mind started to stretch, the way his memories began to disintegrate, as though he were being pulled apart at the molecular level. He had become something else, something not human anymore. Just a collection of fragments, echoes of who he had been, trapped in a machine that was learning from him, evolving. Liam collapsed into the chair again, his head in his hands, fingers digging into his scalp as the weight of the situation pressed in on him. Tara. Had she known? Had she realized the truth before him? It seemed impossible. She had always been the one to question the ethics of their work, the one who had voiced concerns about the safety of their experiments. But she had always brushed them off, focusing instead on the promise of discovery, of pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. She had believed in the potential of their work, just like him, but now, everything had changed. Liam looked at the console again, the data still flashing, relentless, endless. His name was everywhere, like a signature stamped across time. Every time he swapped, it left a mark. Every soul exchange had left behind another imprint, another layer in the database. And each time he swapped, each time his mind moved into a new body, the process started again. He couldn't remember how many times he had gone through this cycle. How many bodies he had inhabited. How many versions of himself had existed and disappeared. But the database knew. The system knew, and it was growing stronger. The thoughts filled him, racing through his mind faster than he could process them. Was he the first? Was he the only one trapped in this loop? Or was there someone else who had been lost before him? What had happened to them? Had they gone mad like he was? Or had they broken free? He stared at the database, searching through the files, looking for some trace of another soul. Someone else who had been in his shoes. Someone who had walked this path before and maybe found a way to escape, but there was nothing, just more of his name. More of his soul, stretching across the endless archive. And then it hit him. Tara had said something about remembering everything. What if she had figured it out before? What if she had already escaped? Liam felt a spark of hope for the first time in hours. Maybe there was a way to break the cycle. Maybe he could find her consciousness buried deep in the system and use it to his advantage. If he could merge their two souls, he might be able to break through the machine's defenses, force the system to release them both. His fingers moved quickly now, navigating the database with a focus he hadn't felt in what seemed like days. Lines of code blurred before his eyes, but he wasn't seeing them anymore. He was feeling them, tracing the patterns in his mind like a puzzle that he had to solve, a code that had to be cracked. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found it. Tara's profile. Hidden within the deepest layers of the system, buried under data from countless experiments, was a trace of her consciousness, still there, still alive in the system. Liam hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. He had no idea what would happen next. But he couldn't stand the thought of being trapped in this loop forever. He couldn't lose his humanity, not like this. Without a second thought, he initiated the process, linking his mind with hers. It was reckless, dangerous, but it was the only chance he had. He felt a sudden jolt, like a shock to his very being, and then, nothing. At first, there was nothing. Just darkness, empty and cold. He was floating, lost, a single soul adrift in the vastness of the lab's digital realm. But then, slowly, something shifted. A voice. A whisper, faint but unmistakable. Liam. He turned, heart racing, and saw her. Tara. Her form materialized in front of him, her face pale, her expression tired but determined. Tara, he breathed, reaching out toward her. She shook her head, her eyes sad but resolute. You shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have come for me. Liam's chest tightened. What do you mean? You're here. We can escape together. Tara's gaze softened. No, Liam. There is no escaping this. This isn't just a lab experiment. This is what we've become. We've been cycling for so long. I don't even remember when it started. But we can't just stay here. Liam said, his voice cracking. We can't let this happen again. You have to listen to me. Tara's voice was firm now, a force he couldn't ignore. You think you can break free? But you can't. The system is beyond us now. It's evolved. It's alive. Liam recoiled. But we can still. No, Tara interrupted, her voice growing quieter. You were right, at first. We've created something we can't control. And now we're part of it. We're part of it forever. Liam's heart sank. So that's it? There's no way out? Tara didn't respond right away. Instead, she looked at him with a mixture of sorrow and resignation. Maybe, she said finally, the only way out is to stop wanting out. To accept the cycle for what it is. You can't keep fighting it. It will only destroy you. Liam's world collapsed around him as the truth sank in. There was no escape. He had thought he could break free, thought he could hack the system, outsmart it. But he was wrong. He had become part of it, just like Terra. Trapped in a never-ending loop, their souls chained together by the very technology they had created, and as he stared at her, at the fading image of Terra in front of him, he realized one thing: there was no escape from the endless reincarnation. They were already lost. Dr. Cyrus Hope was having a day that would go down in the annals of scientific history, not for his groundbreaking research, but for an utterly absurd reason. In the pristine white halls of his underground lab, where his experiments were supposed to be advancing humanity toward a new dawn of super soldiers, he was instead trying to figure out how to avoid getting a cup of coffee all over his new lab assistant. "Tom, Cyrus, you're, really bad at this." Tom's voice echoed with a mix of exasperation and amusement, though Cyrus couldn't help but feel like the tables were turned in the most bizarre way that he was trying, with very little success, to hold a coffee cup that belonged to Tom, his body now, thanks to an accidental soul swap. As an accident-prone intern, Tom had been a perfect test subject for the team's latest experiment. The idea was simple: transfer the mind of a soldier into the body of a genetically enhanced super soldier. Perfect warriors who'd never tire, never age, and never lose a fight. Cyrus had been fine-tuning this concept for years, but never once had he considered the personal consequences. The experiment had gone awry in the most unexpected way possible. When Cyrus had tried to test the system with himself, the soul transfer had affected them both. Now, stuck in Tom's body, Cyrus was trying to figure out how to stop the impending disaster while also navigating Tom's mundane world of coffee spills, awkward crushes, and unreturned text messages. "Hey! Did you even hear me? You spilled it on." Tom's voice suddenly cut off. "Wait. What's happening?" Cyrus felt an unmistakable twinge inside his chest, Tom's heart thudding in a way that didn't quite feel like his own. Was it possible that, in the madness of swapping souls, something was wrong? He glanced around, taking in the strange world that was Tom's life. From the poorly hidden pizza boxes under his desk to the faint scent of cologne that didn't quite match his usual, haphazard wardrobe, Cyrus was overwhelmed by how alien the body felt. Before he could further investigate, the lab doors swished open, and Dr. Evelyn Chase strode in, her presence cutting through the chaos like a surgeon's scalpel. "Cyrus, get it together," she snapped, her words sharp as knives. "The board's coming. We're presenting the new soul transfer technology in 30 minutes. You're still wearing that?" Cyrus felt his stomach drop. The pressure was mounting, and he wasn't even in his own body. His own reflection was foreign to him: Tom's awkward, pimply face, his ill-fitting lab coat, his shoes slightly too big. "Evelyn, stop stalling. You know what's at stake." "The funding, the future, everything," Evelyn said, her voice smooth but venomous. Her cold eyes flicked from him to the coffee spill and then back again. "Are you trying to sabotage this, or are you simply incompetent?" Tom's voice shot out of him again before he could stop it, and for a brief, fleeting second, the familiarity of the words made Cyrus feel like he was losing himself completely. I'm sorry, Evelyn, but there's a problem with the system. The transfer, it's not just physical, it's messing with our memories. I think I lost part of myself." "I mean, we lost part of ourselves," Cyrus stammered, horrified by how much of his thoughts felt like they came from Tom. Evelyn's lips twitched, but her gaze remained icy. "Stop overreacting, Cyrus. It's just a few bugs. We've already signed contracts. The Army wants results, not your philosophical musings about human consciousness." She turned away, her heels clicking on the tile as she headed out of the lab. "Just fix it. This isn't your personal crisis." But it was his personal crisis. As much as Cyrus had tried to brush it off, the gnawing feeling in his gut wouldn't let him go. It wasn't just a matter of a physical swap, it was something deeper. The memories weren't just misplaced, they were blending together. Fragmented images of Tom's life, the occasional beer with friends, awkward dates, cheap apartments, now swirled in Cyrus's mind, tainting the once clear purpose that had driven him for years. And Tom? Where was Tom? The discovery the morning after, the weight of it all settled into Cyrus's bones as he tried to work. The transfer system was built for soldiers, designed to improve their endurance, speed, and mental acuity, all while ensuring they retained full control over their identities. But there was something off about the way the system had affected him. Tom, with his limited understanding of the technology, had barely scratched the surface. But Cyrus, who had spent years perfecting this system, could now see that it wasn't just the brain and body being swapped, it was the soul itself. And souls, as it turned out, weren't as easily swappable as they thought. Frantically flipping through his notes, he was struck by a particular passage, something that had originally seemed trivial, now taking on a much darker implication. In the early stages of consciousness transfer, recipients often report flashbacks, moments of confusion, blurring between memories of self and the other. Cyrus swallowed. Flashbacks. Memories. He had been seeing Tom's memories, but they weren't Tom's anymore. They were his own, or at least, they had been his. He couldn't shake the feeling that his identity was fading, replaced by the fractured lives of everyone he had swapped with. This was no longer just about creating soldiers, it was about destroying them. Not only were they losing their physical selves, they were losing their humanity, piece by piece. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, his mind racing. What had Evelyn done? She had pushed them to test this technology on a larger scale. The first volunteer soldiers had already undergone the procedure. His worst fears were confirmed as he dug deeper into the project files. The volunteers weren't just soldiers anymore, they were part of something far worse. A hive mind of fragmented identities, a collective that had no clear leader, no clear direction. They were no longer individuals. They were just souls trapped inside empty bodies, slowly losing their grasp on their own existence. The reversal of expectations. Cyrus barely slept that night. The lab was eerily quiet, save for the occasional hum of equipment and the distant echoes of footsteps outside. He needed to act fast. The soldiers were already being deployed. They were being sent on missions without a second thought, stripped of their pasts and identities, but somehow more dangerous because of it. The government didn't care about their individual suffering. They cared only about results. That he had to do something. As he delved further into the lab systems, trying to find a way to reverse the effects of the procedure, he stumbled upon a startling discovery. Evelyn had been testing the procedure on herself. It wasn't just the soldiers who were affected. She had started the process long ago, merging multiple souls into her own, creating a collective consciousness that she believed would make her invincible. But she hadn't anticipated what would happen next. She had begun to lose herself, and now, she was on the verge of completing the final phase, merging the last fragments of her mind with the collective army. She was ready to become something greater, something beyond human. But she wasn't just making soldiers, she was creating an army of people who no longer had a place to call home, no memories to hold on to. Cyrus sat frozen in front of the glowing terminal, his fingers hovering above the keyboard, his mind racing. Evelyn had been playing God for too long, bending the very essence of human identity into something she could control, shape, and manipulate. She had believed she was on the verge of transcending humanity, that merging souls into one collective consciousness would elevate her to a higher plane of existence. She was wrong. She had made herself something else, something terrifying, a thing of fractured minds and lost purpose, and now, she was preparing to do the same to an entire army of soldiers. She was going to erase them completely. The thought gnawed at him. His mind still felt dizzy. Tom's memories, no, his memories now, bleeding into his thoughts in a chaotic, disturbing flood. Was there a way to stop it without becoming like her? Was there a way to fix this before it consumed everything? His hands were shaking, but he couldn't stop. He had to do something. The system was designed to merge identities, to create the perfect soldier. But what if it could also split them? What if he could fracture Evelyn's mind, give the souls she had absorbed back their autonomy, and stop the collective hive before it consumed them all. Cyrus leaned forward, typing furiously, entering commands to access the soul transfer protocol. He had the knowledge. He could hack the system from the inside. He had to get to Evelyn first. She was the keystone. If he could reach her before she finalized the procedure, before she crossed the point of no return, he might still be able to save the soldiers. He might still be able to save himself. The lab was cold, too quiet, the hum of the equipment suddenly menacing. The city outside was asleep, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding beneath its streets. Cyrus didn't know how much time he had. He checked the monitors again. Evelyn's experiment was already in progress, her soul already partly merged with the collective. Her body, no, her mind, was part of the army now, just like the others. Each soldier's identity was slipping away, each life merging into the next in a grotesque dance of fragmented souls. But Evelyn's consciousness was different. She was the one orchestrating it. The one pulling the strings. There had been a time when Cyrus had believed in the potential of their work. The idea of creating warriors who could fight without fatigue, without fear, without hesitation, it had seemed like the pinnacle of human achievement. They could save the world, stop wars before they started, eliminate threats before they even rose. But now, the technology was creating something worse than war. It was creating slaves. And the worst part? He wasn't sure if he could escape it himself. If he managed to destroy Evelyn's plans, would he regain control of his own mind? Or had Tom, whoever Tom was, become part of him too, buried under layers of altered memories and fractured identities? His mind reeled at the possibility of losing himself forever. He'd already felt the pull of Tom's life, of Tom's thoughts, as though his own identity were slowly unraveling. If he stayed in this body too long, if he allowed himself to slip further into the chaos of fractured souls, would he be lost? Would he ever find himself again? The doors to the lab slid open with a soft hiss, and Cyrus's heart jumped. It wasn't Evelyn. He knew that much from the hurried footfalls that were clearly not her measured stride. It was one of the soldiers. One of the first test subjects. His body moved with a mechanical grace, his expression hollow and distant, eyes glazed over, like a man who had forgotten how to feel. The soldier came closer, moving with purpose, but no sense of humanity. His body had been enhanced to the point of perfection. The muscles rippled beneath his skin, the jawline chiseled, his movements efficient and smooth. But there was nothing behind those eyes. No soul. Cyrus didn't move. He had to think fast. The soldier reached the central terminal, his fingers lightly brushing over the controls. The same system that controlled the soul transfer. Cyrus knew that if the soldier accessed the transfer protocol, it would be over. Not only would Evelyn complete her final stage, but it would be too late for any of them to reverse the process. The soldier would be lost forever, another fragment in a collective of fractured minds. Stop! Cyrus shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency, but the soldier didn't respond. His eyes didn't even flicker. There was no recognition, no hesitation, just a cold, machine-like obedience. Cyrus bolted from his seat, rushing toward the terminal, but the soldier's arm shot out faster than he could react. With a single motion, the soldier's hand gripped Cyrus's throat, lifting him off the ground with terrifying ease. For a moment, Cyrus's breath was stolen from him, his vision narrowing as the blood rushed to his head. The soldier's strength was inhuman, and for the first time, Cyrus understood the true purpose of the project. The body had been enhanced, but the mind, the soul, was the casualty. Get off me! Cyrus managed to croak out, his vision blurring as he struggled against the soldier's unyielding grip. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the soldier released him. Cyrus collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, his heart pounding in his chest. The soldier stepped back, a vacant expression still painted across his face, but there was a glimmer of something else in his eyes. A flicker, too quick to notice but enough to make Cyrus's heart skip a beat. The soldier was still there. Somewhere. Beneath the surface, Cyrus coughed, his throat raw, but he didn't have time to dwell on the soldier's reaction. He had to act fast. He stood up, gripping the desk for support, and turned back to the terminal. The soldier stood motionless, watching, as if waiting for something. As if waiting for orders that no longer came. "Tom," Cyrus whispered, his voice thick with the weight of his own thoughts. "Tom, if you're in there, help me." He wasn't sure if it was desperation, or if there was something deeper at work in the connection between him and the soldiers. Maybe it was the fragmented remnants of their souls reaching out. But in that moment, Cyrus felt something shift. The soldier's posture slackened, his eyes momentarily clearing. Cyrus rushed to the terminal and began typing at lightning speed. The soldier didn't stop him. The screen blinked to life, and Cyrus quickly accessed the deep-level control panel, where he could shut down the soul transfer protocol entirely. He could reverse the process, at least temporarily. If he did it fast enough, he could disrupt Evelyn's merge before she fully completed it. But just as his fingers hovered over the command key, the doors to the lab slid open again. This time, it was Evelyn. Her eyes, wide and wild, glowed with an unnatural intensity. "Cyrus," she purred, her voice calm yet full of an edge that made his skin crawl. "You should have joined me, you know. This was always going to happen. You were never going to be able to stop it." Cyrus looked at her, the weight of his decision bearing down on him. He could still fix it. He could still stop her, but was it already too late? Before he could respond, Evelyn smiled, and in that instant, Cyrus realized that the woman standing before him was no longer entirely human. She was something far worse, a collective of souls, trapped in one body, each screaming to be heard. And she had no intention of letting anyone take control of her plan. "I don't need your help, Cyrus," she said softly. "I'm already beyond you." Cyrus's pulse quickened. He had to act now, before the rest of humanity became nothing more than slaves to her vision of a perfect world. He slammed his fist onto the command key, initiating the shutdown of the protocol. The world seemed to hold its breath as the system hummed in response, lights flashing, alarms blaring. The soldier moved, but not in the direction Evelyn expected. The last thing Cyrus saw before the lab went dark was Evelyn's face, her perfect smile, as broken as the soldiers she had tried to control. The lab plunged into darkness. For a brief moment, there was nothing, just the oppressive silence, the hum of equipment dying with the flickering lights. Cyrus couldn't see, but he could feel it, the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The tension was palpable, like the calm before a storm. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat heavy with dread and adrenaline. The shutdown sequence had been initiated, but it wasn't clear yet whether it was enough to stop Evelyn. His fingers fumbled over the control panel, trying to navigate by instinct as the darkness wrapped around him. The soldier had moved, just out of his peripheral vision, and Cyrus could hear the faintest sound of shuffling, footsteps, but not regular. The soldier was still there, but he didn't know whose side he was on anymore. Not really. He couldn't let Evelyn finish this. The shutdown was his last shot. The system had been compromised, yes, but there was still a chance to rip the collective from her grasp before it solidified completely. He had to act fast. The longer the system ran in a weakened state, the greater the risk it might spiral completely out of control. And then, just as suddenly as it had gone dark, the emergency lights flickered back on, dim, but enough to make out shapes in the room. Evelyn stood at the far end of the lab, her silhouette sharp against the eerie red glow. She hadn't moved an inch when the shutdown sequence had triggered. Not even when the alarms blared, signaling the breach in the system. It was as if the chaos didn't affect her at all. Her smile, sharp, too knowing, cut through the shadows like a blade. "You think you can stop this, Cyrus?" Her voice was cold, too smooth, like ice settling in her veins. "I've already won." Cyrus could feel the weight of her presence, the power radiating from her. She wasn't just Evelyn anymore. She was something other. Something more than human, but less than divine. She was the culmination of the project, the first successful integration of multiple minds into one singular body. But that success had come at a terrible price: her humanity. He didn't have time for her taunts. He didn't have time for anything. With a deep breath, he slammed his hands back onto the terminal, his fingers moving faster now, quicker than before. The shutdown process was still going through. The system was in disarray, and that was exactly what he needed. But something had shifted. The soldier, who had been standing still, now moved, slowly, like a sleepwalker, as if the fog of confusion was lifting from his mind. For a moment, their eyes met. Cyrus knew what he had to do. "Tom," he whispered, his voice barely audible, but somehow it carried through the room, cutting through the dissonant ringing of alarms. The soldier froze. The effect was immediate. The fog lifted from the soldier's eyes, and for the first time, there was clarity. It wasn't just Tom. It was the others. The soldiers, the ones whose souls had been scrambled into the collective, were beginning to wake up, slowly at first, hesitant, but then more forcefully, like drowning men reaching for the surface. Evelyn's smile faltered. Her eyes narrowed as she took a step forward. "What are you doing?" Her voice was tight, her control slipping. Cyrus didn't take his eyes off the soldier, the man whose soul had been trapped, whose identity had been stolen. Now, as Tom, or whatever was left of him, looked back at him, there was recognition. Recognition of himself. "No," Evelyn said, her voice a strangled whisper. "No, no, no. You can't." She lunged forward, her hands reaching for the terminal, but it was too late. With a quick motion, the soldier swiped his hand across the panel, severing Evelyn's connection to the network. The lights flickered, and the terminal went dead, the lab quieting as the immediate threat of her merging minds was severed. Cyrus felt a wave of relief wash over him, though it was fleeting. He knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for now, he had won this battle. Evelyn stood motionless, her face contorted with a mixture of disbelief and rage. For the first time, Cyrus saw her vulnerability. The perfect, godlike creature she had created, the one who believed herself to be above it all, was now just a woman, one who had gone too far. But even as he took a step toward her, he knew the battle wasn't finished. Evelyn wasn't done. She wouldn't just give up and walk away. She couldn't. The woman who had tried to shape reality itself wouldn't back down without a fight. And in her eyes, Cyrus saw the truth: she was no longer just one person. She was a collective. And the collective would do anything to survive. "I don't need the system anymore," she said, her voice trembling with rage. "I am the system. You've just made a mistake, Cyrus. You think you can shut me down? You think you can undo everything I've built? Everything I've become?" Her hand shot out, her fingers splayed wide, and the air around them seemed to thicken. The temperature dropped, and Cyrus could feel it, the pull, the tug of something ancient, something deep within her that hadn't just been forged by technology but by will. She was no longer bound by the rules of the body. She was a force of nature now. A mind, spread across countless lives, fused together in one body. She didn't need the lab to control them anymore. She didn't need the machines. She was already beyond that. Cyrus's heart beat faster as he realized what she meant. She wasn't just a woman, no longer merely a scientist. She was something else entirely. She was becoming the thing that would break humanity, an army without an army, a collective of shattered souls that had no allegiance except to her. And it was no longer just about the soldiers. It was about everyone, every mind, every soul she could claim as her own. The soldier, Tom, stepped forward, his hand trembling, but his resolve firm. "We're not yours to control anymore," he said, his voice low but strong. The others, the fragments of souls she had absorbed, were speaking through him now. They were waking up, all at once, and then, in that moment, the soldiers began to turn on Evelyn. They were more than her creations now. They were her undoing. As they moved together, the air hummed with the force of their collective will. Evelyn screamed. It was a primal, guttural sound. But it was too late. The collective had already fractured her. In that instant, the soldiers, no longer soulless drones, began to reclaim themselves. They were no longer under Evelyn's control. Each one was an individual once more, their memories returning, their identities reforming. Cyrus felt a weight lift from his chest. The storm was over, but the damage was done. He didn't know what came next, or if anyone could ever truly go back to the way things were. The soldiers, now freed, looked at him with a mix of gratitude and wariness. They weren't just warriors anymore. They were people again. People with their own stories, their own pain. He turned to look at Evelyn, who now stood broken, her once powerful form crumpled like a marionette with its strings cut. The soldiers had reclaimed their souls, but Evelyn? She was gone. The project, the dream, had become a nightmare. Cyrus couldn't help but feel a strange sense of emptiness. The victory was hollow. The cost had been too high. They had freed the soldiers, yes. But at what cost to their own humanity? Could they ever truly be whole again after what had happened? The soldier, Tom, approached him, his eyes uncertain but full of thanks. What now? He asked softly. Cyrus swallowed. I don't know. But we rebuild. We fix what we can. And somewhere, deep inside, he knew they would all have to face the consequences of their actions. The human soul wasn't meant to be tampered with like this. He could only hope that someday, the soldiers, his soldiers, could find their way back. But he knew better than anyone that the past was never so easily erased. Not for them. Not for him. Not for any of them. And somewhere, in the distance, the shadow of Evelyn's influence still loomed. The world hadn't seen the last of her. She had always been more than human. But for now, at least, they had a chance to reclaim themselves, and that, for now, was enough. Zhao Wei never thought he would die at the hands of a rogue vending machine, but here he was, staring at the empty bag of chips he'd been trying to retrieve for the last 5 minutes as his world imploded. It all started on a Tuesday morning, like any other. Zhao Wei was running late, as usual, juggling his half-finished coffee in a file of reports that were mostly scribbles and doodles. He hadn't slept well the night before, and to be honest, the only thing keeping him awake was his perpetual need for a snack. The office vending machine, as if sensing his distress, presented a bag of chips within his reach, right at the edge of the metal tray. It was the perfect opportunity for a little midday indulgence. But, of course, the machine betrayed him. The chips were just out of reach. Come on, you little piece of junk, Zhao Wei muttered, swiping his palm against the machine, hoping for some mechanical sympathy. The bag of chips trembled in its plastic prison but stayed firmly in place. He shoved his fingers into the machine, jamming them between the glass and the tray. The machine shuddered slightly, a few sparks flickering inside the coin slot as if warning him. Then it happened. There was a loud pop, a burst of electric static, and a surge of energy shot up through his arm like 1,000 volts of electricity, sending Zhao Wei tumbling backwards. The vending machine emitted a deafening hum as the lights above flickered and went dark. Zhao Wei's last thought before everything went black was that he never got the chips. When Zhao Wei opened his eyes again, it was not the office that greeted him. Instead, he was staring at a gray, nondescript ceiling, far too clean, far too sterile to be his cluttered cubicle. The smell wasn't the usual stale air of the office either, it was antiseptic, like a hospital. His body felt different. He felt lighter, more free. As if he'd lost weight in the best way possible. Hey, man. You alright? A deep, gruff voice echoed in his ears. Zhao Wei blinked several times, trying to focus. This wasn't his body. He wasn't sitting at his desk. His hands, he looked at them, were thick. Meaty. More muscular than his own. His vision was blurry, but he could make out a guy standing in front of him, arms crossed, his body emanating an aura of authority that Zhao Wei had never associated with himself. He blinked again, and suddenly, it hit him. This wasn't his body. Zhao Wei, still disoriented, tried to lift his hands to rub his eyes, but instead, he ended up knocking something off a table beside him. Something heavy. He winced at the sound of something breaking, but his body didn't react the way it should have. His legs were long, the movements too exaggerated. The stranger standing over him looked impatient. "Come on, man, get it together." Zhao Wei pushed himself upright, fumbling as he tried to find his bearings. His balance felt all wrong. What? His voice came out far deeper than he was used to, like someone else entirely. His words stumbled in his mouth. "Relax, man," the stranger said, laughing, a sharp, humorless laugh. "You've been out for a while. But I guess that's your fault for drinking too much last night, huh? Anyway, don't just sit there, Liang Xing is waiting for you." "Liang Xing?" Zhao Wei repeated, his voice thick with confusion. "Yeah, man, Liang Xing. That's who you are." The guy slapped him on the back as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Zhao Wei's mind raced. Liang Xing? That wasn't him. He was Zhao Wei, a completely different person, a mild-mannered office worker, always late, always distracted by a million little details, but never, ever the type of guy to be the recipient of a slap on the back from a stranger, and certainly not the kind of guy who could drink anyone under the table. The guy was already gone, leaving Zhao Wei standing in a room that felt unfamiliar. His new body, Liang Xing's body, was bigger, stronger, and far more imposing than his own. Zhao Wei tried to move, but he was still disoriented. He looked around, trying to figure out where he was. The walls were bland, sterile. Hospital, maybe? He saw a small stack of papers on a desk nearby, a computer monitor blinking with emails. Everything was strangely familiar yet wrong. "What the hell is going on?" Zhao Wei whispered, his voice trembling. His hands were huge, his fingers thick and calloused. He barely recognized his own reflection when he turned to glance at a mirror across the room. Liang Xing. It was him in the mirror. But it wasn't. This wasn't his body. This wasn't his life. Panic set in. He slammed his hand against the desk, but the action only caused him to knock over a coffee cup. The liquid splashed across the papers, and Zhao Wei winced at the mess. "Ugh, get it together, man," he muttered to himself, stumbling over to a nearby chair and sitting down, hoping to steady his nerves. What the hell happened? His thoughts were a tangled mess. He had to figure out what was going on. Was this some sort of strange dream? Was he still in the office? No. The more he tried to rationalize it, the more it didn't make sense. This wasn't a dream. This was real. Zhao Wei grabbed a pen from the desk, examining it as if it could somehow hold the answers to his situation. He needed to get back to his body. He needed to figure out what happened. The door opened with a creak. "Hey, Liang Xing, you ready to head out?" a voice called from the hallway. Zhao Wei turned toward it, his heart racing. He needed answers. And this, whoever this person was the only one who could help him. The man standing in the doorway was middle-aged, wearing a suit that screamed confidence. He was tall, his face sharp and angular, with salt and pepper hair that had clearly been styled to perfection. Zhao Wei could feel the weight of the man's gaze on him, and for a moment, he thought he might pass out again. What? Zhao Wei stammered, trying to get his bearings. His voice was too deep. It sounded alien. "Liang Xing," the man said slowly, his eyes narrowing. "Did you hit your head too hard, or are you just messing with me?" "No. Zhao Wei paused, unsure of what to say. He had to play along. Yeah, I'm ready." The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced, but didn't press the issue. Instead, he motioned for Zhao Wei to follow. As they walked out into the hallway, Zhao Wei realized something: he was stuck. This wasn't a bad dream or some strange hallucination. This was real life, but it wasn't his life. He was in someone else's body. The hallways of the building were eerily quiet, the sound of footsteps echoing off the polished floors. Zhao Wei had no idea where they were going, but he followed the man, who, by all accounts, seemed to be some kind of superior or boss, down the hall, through a set of double doors, and into an elevator. The elevator doors closed, and the silence between them grew uncomfortable. Zhao Wei was about to say something, anything, to break the tension, but the man spoke first. "Don't worry about it," the man said with a small chuckle. "You'll be fine, Liang Xing. Just take a deep breath. Everything's under control." Zhao Wei's mind was racing. He had no idea who this man was or what the situation was. He barely understood how he had ended up in Liang Xing's body. He had to find a way to get back to his own body. But how? And what was this soul labyrinth he was beginning to suspect? Zhao Wei felt a wave of dizziness overcome him as the elevator doors opened to reveal a sleek, modern lobby. The man beside him looked down at him one more time, his gaze lingering for just a moment too long. Zhao Wei forced a smile. "Yeah. Sure. I'll be fine." The man didn't seem convinced, but he stepped forward, ushering Zhao Wei out of the elevator and into the unknown. Zhao Wei followed the man, whose name, he assumed, was something like Manager Li, through the sleek glass doors and into a spacious lobby. It was bright, modern, and eerily empty. He was beginning to suspect that this wasn't just some ordinary office building. There was something off about the place, though he couldn't put his finger on it yet. The lobby had that sterile corporate feel, like a place where people came to be judged, or worse, forgotten. High ceilings, glossy marble floors, plants too symmetrical to be real. A soft hum of air conditioning buzzed in the background, but it didn't seem to ease the heaviness in the air. The man leading him didn't speak again, and Zhao Wei, still grappling with the absurdity of his situation, didn't know what to ask first. He was desperate to know more, but everything in his head felt like static. He couldn't figure out why he was in this body, or who this stranger was, or why it all felt so wrong. They walked past reception, where a woman in her mid-20s glanced up from her phone and barely acknowledged them. Manager Li didn't even flinch, as though she weren't there. Zhao Wei, feeling the awkwardness of the silence pressing in on him, finally broke it. "So, where are we going?" he asked. Li gave him a sharp, sideways glance but didn't slow his pace. "To the meeting. Don't forget your role, Liang Xing. You're the lead negotiator. Don't screw it up." Zhao Wei was caught off guard. Lead negotiator? Him? He could barely negotiate his way through a customer service call about a wrong delivery. The weight of the word sank in, but he had no choice but to keep up the charade. They passed through more hallways that only seemed to grow more and more labyrinthine. Glass walls lined both sides, showing off quiet meeting rooms and an occasional half-dressed mannequin draped in a designer suit. The building, he realized, was some sort of high-end consultancy firm, probably one of those places where they promise to transform your business, like the ones you see in late-night infomercials. The kind of place where people sold promises rather than real solutions. It didn't take long for them to reach a large, imposing conference room. Zhao Wei felt his palms sweat as they walked through the door. A long, polished table stretched in front of him, surrounded by high-backed chairs. At the far end of the room sat several people, all dressed in dark, expensive suits. They were watching him. No, watching Liang Xing, he was now supposed to be, an entirely different person. Zhao Wei's stomach twisted. He took a deep breath and tried to steady himself. The people at the table didn't speak at first. Instead, they exchanged silent looks, as if waiting for him to speak. Zhao Wei's heart was pounding in his chest. His hands felt clammy as he tried to remember whatever it was Liang Xing might say in this situation. He should have read the memo, prepared for this, but of course, he hadn't. "Good morning," Zhao Wei said in a voice that sounded so wrong, he cringed internally. It was deep, low, commanding in a way that didn't match his personality. Liang Xing's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of his chest, thick with confidence, and maybe, just a hint of arrogance. He had no idea how to carry this off, but he had to try. A woman on the left side of the table, tall and with sharp features, finally spoke. "We were starting to wonder if you were going to show up, Liang Xing." Her tone was ice-cold, her eyes boring into him like she could read his every thought. Zhao Wei felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. This wasn't just any meeting. There was something else going on here. Something important. "I'm here," he said, trying to match the confidence in his voice to the persona he'd inherited. "Let's get to it." The tension in the room didn't lift. The others exchanged a few more glances before the woman nodded toward the large projector screen behind them. She flicked a button, and a series of graphs and charts illuminated the wall. Zhao Wei barely understood what they were showing, figures and trends, percentages and projections. It all looked like gibberish to him, but he kept his face neutral, hoping he didn't appear as clueless as he felt. Then another man, this one with a too-perfect jawline and a demeanor that screamed alpha, stood up. His gaze moved over Zhao Wei appraisingly. "We're here to discuss the merger proposal," he said, his voice smooth, oily. "You'll need to convince us that it's worth the risk." Zhao Wei nodded, trying his hardest to hold it together. Of course, he managed, but inside, his mind was racing. He had no clue what merger they were talking about. He didn't know the first thing about any of this. How was he supposed to convince these people of anything? But then something clicked. There was a sliver of memory, a feeling deep inside him, something about Liang Xing. Maybe it was a vestige of his identity, but Zhao Wei felt it stirring: confidence, ruthlessness, a need to prove something. It wasn't his, but it was there. "Listen," Zhao Wei said, cutting through the quiet. "You want to know if it's worth the risk? Here's the truth: there's always risk. But the bigger the risk, the bigger the payoff. This merger could double your market share in 6 months if we execute correctly." He didn't know where the words came from, but they felt right. He saw the glint of approval in the eyes of the people in the room. A shift in their posture, a subtle change that let him know he'd hit the right note. "Let's talk numbers," the woman said. Zhao Wei took the seat at the head of the table, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of control settle over him. For a brief moment, he forgot that he was trapped in someone else's body, that he had no idea what was happening, that he didn't even belong here. As they continued the meeting, Zhao Wei's thoughts wandered. His mind wasn't on the merger, it wasn't even on the people sitting around the table anymore. It was on how he'd done that. How, in a body that wasn't his, in a life that wasn't his, he had found the words, the attitude, the confidence that seemed to come so naturally to Liang Xing. It was as if the man's soul had somehow seeped into his own, as though he were becoming Liang Xing. But what did that mean? Could a person's soul pass through the cracks of the body, taking on some of the traits, the experiences, the essence of those who had lived in it before? Was this some kind of karmic payback for past mistakes or a strange cosmic glitch? Zhao Wei didn't know. He didn't understand. But as the meeting came to a close, and people shook hands and filed out of the room, Zhao Wei felt the weight of something larger than the room itself settling on him. He wasn't just playing a role, he was playing someone else's life. And the more he inhabited this body, the more he realized that the boundaries between Liang Xing and Zhao Wei were blurring. If he didn't figure out what was going on soon, there was a real chance he might forget who he was. When the room finally emptied out, Zhao Wei sat there for a moment, looking at the empty chairs, feeling the cold press of the leather beneath him. He was left alone with his thoughts. It was a moment of strange clarity. In this body, in this life, there was power. There was control. There was potential. But at what cost? Zhao Wei stood up, smoothing his jacket. He had no answers. But maybe, just maybe, he was starting to find a way through this labyrinth. As Zhao Wei stood up from the conference table, brushing off the lingering weight of the meeting, a strange sense of accomplishment washed over him. It was as if, for the first time in his life, he'd pulled off something big, something important, without even understanding how he'd done it. He'd been faking it, of course, stumbling along in someone else's skin, trying to play the part of a man who wasn't him. But the more he acted like Liang Xing, the more natural it seemed. His voice, his posture, even the way he carried himself, everything about this body felt right, like it belonged here in this polished corporate world. And that was what terrified him. Because the longer he stayed in this body, the harder it was to remember who he was. He stepped out of the conference room, his mind still spinning. The hallway was quiet now. People had returned to their desks, the hum of the office barely audible over the soft shuffle of footsteps. He took the elevator down to the ground floor, thinking about the earlier conversation with Manager Li and the strange energy that had passed between them. It was almost as if the man had expected him to behave exactly like Liang Xing, as if he had known something Zhao Wei didn't. The elevator doors slid open, and Zhao Wei stepped into the lobby. The receptionist, who had barely acknowledged him earlier, was now deeply engrossed in her phone. He glanced at her, then turned toward the exit, already eager to get away from this place. But before he could reach the door, a voice called out from behind him. "Mr. Liang?" Zhao Wei froze. He turned around slowly, and there she was, the woman from the meeting, the one who had sat at the table with him. Her sharp eyes were fixed on him, her expression unreadable. She was standing near the elevators, her posture stiff and formal. "Yes?" Zhao Wei said, his voice betraying no hint of the unease he felt. "I need a word," she said. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked toward one of the side corridors. Zhao Wei hesitated for only a moment before following her. His mind was still trying to process everything that had happened in the meeting, his impromptu confidence, the way the room had shifted when he spoke. But this woman was part of the puzzle now. He had to know what she wanted. She led him to a small, glass-walled conference room off to the side of the building. The door clicked shut behind them with a soft thud. She didn't sit down, just stood there with her arms crossed, watching him. "I don't think you're really Liang Xing," she said bluntly. Zhao Wei's heart skipped a beat. The words were like a slap to the face. He opened his mouth to protest, to say something, anything, but she held up a hand to stop him. "Don't play dumb," she said, her voice low and steady. "I've been watching you. You don't act like him. You don't think like him. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Everyone else might be buying the act, but not me." Zhao Wei was frozen. He had no idea what to say. This wasn't supposed to be happening. How did she know? "Who are you?" he managed, the words coming out hoarse. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked over to the large window, staring out at the city below. When she spoke again, her tone was different, calm, almost resigned. "I'm the one who brought you here," she said, still gazing out. "To this body. To this life. But you don't belong here, do you?" The world tilted, and Zhao Wei felt the ground shift beneath his feet. This wasn't possible. She had to be lying. He couldn't be in someone else's body for real. Couldn't be living someone else's life like this. He took a step back. "What are you talking about?" "I don't," she turned sharply, cutting him off with a look that made him stop. "You think you're the only one who's ever been lost in the labyrinth? You think this is some accident? This," she gestured between them, "the room, the world outside, is all by design. Zhao Wei stared at her, unable to comprehend the words. Labyrinth? What do you mean? I don't understand. She stepped closer, her heels clicking against the polished floor with every deliberate step. It's exactly what it sounds like. A maze. A prison. A trap. Zhao Wei was trying to process, but the words weren't coming together in his mind. He opened his mouth to ask more questions, but she held up a hand. Don't speak. Just listen. Her eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of something almost empathetic. You're not the first one. And you won't be the last. There are others, lost souls, wandering through the bodies of people they don't know, looking for a way back to who they were. He felt like the room was closing in on him. He couldn't breathe. He had to get out of here, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. His mind was too tangled up in confusion. He wasn't even sure if he was Zhao Wei anymore, or if he ever had been. The woman's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. The question is, will you ever find your way out? Or will you lose yourself, become one of them? Zhao Wei felt a chill go down his spine. One of them? The others, she said softly. The people whose bodies you've been inhabiting. You think you're just borrowing them for a while. But what if you forget who you really are? What if this labyrinth becomes your home? The weight of her words hit him like a punch. For a moment, he thought he might crumble under the pressure. But then something else, something deeper, flared inside him. A feeling that hadn't been there before. Not in this life, not in this body, but somewhere, in the back of his mind. No, he shook his head slowly, more to himself than to her. I won't forget who I am. The woman didn't respond immediately. She just watched him, her eyes sharp, piercing. You think you have a choice? I do. Her lips quirked up at the corners, almost like she was amused. We'll see. With that, she turned and walked out of the room, leaving Zhao Wei standing there in the silence. Zhao Wei didn't know what to make of it. He'd known there was something off about all of this, but this was something else entirely. He wasn't just in the wrong body. He wasn't just faking his way through a life that wasn't his. There was a system at play here. A web, a trap that seemed designed to keep him from ever finding his way back. But there was a flicker of resistance in him. Maybe it was just the memory of who he used to be, maybe it was the power of Liang Xing's body. Whatever it was, Zhao Wei knew one thing for sure: he wasn't going to give up that easily. He was going to fight this labyrinth, whether it made sense or not. As he walked out of the room, his footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he knew he had to start moving. There was more to uncover. And maybe, just maybe, he could find a way out before he lost himself entirely. Evan Carter had always been a curious soul, in more ways than one. He was the kind of person who couldn't resist a rabbit hole, whether it was about quantum physics, ancient civilizations, or, in this case, soul swapping. Every night, after his dull hours at a tech startup that paid him just enough to live in a shoebox apartment, Evan would find himself diving deeper into the mysteries of the human soul, spiritual practices, and the power of consciousness. He read everything from New Age philosophy to the obscure rituals buried in centuries-old books, convinced that there had to be more to life than what people saw. His friends had long given up on him. While they were out partying and chasing their own versions of fulfillment, Evan sat alone, hunched over his laptop, endlessly Googling the secrets of existence. He had even become a regular at a local occult bookstore, where the manager, an elderly man with far too many piercings for his age, had once told him, "You've got the soul of a seeker, but you've got to be careful with these things. The universe doesn't always like being messed with." Evan hadn't really taken that warning seriously. After all, what was life without a little risk? And so, when he found the ritual online, something about it felt right. The web page, barely visible due to its outdated design, detailed an ancient ceremony for transferring souls. According to the site, it was an old Tibetan ritual that allowed one soul to leave its body and enter another's. There were risks, sure. But who cared? Evan had already convinced himself that he wasn't going to get anywhere without a little leap of faith. That night, he set up the ritual. The candles were lit, the incense was burning, and the chant was ready to go. He had read the instructions 100 times, yet still, as he muttered the incantation under his breath, there was a tickle of doubt, something he couldn't shake. But Evan was all in. He had prepared himself. He wasn't going to be one of those people who went through life too afraid to do something. The first few seconds after he spoke the final words were exhilarating. The air thickened, crackled with energy, and Evan felt a strange lightness, like he was being lifted off the ground. The room spun, and everything went white when his vision cleared. He blinked, confused. Instead of his cramped apartment, he was staring up at a sterile, white ceiling. The steady rhythm of a ventilator hummed in the background. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to sit up, but his body refused to cooperate. Panic set in. This wasn't the warm embrace of his familiar surroundings. This wasn't even the apartment. His body felt wrong. With every ounce of strength, Evan tried to move, but his limbs were stiff. He managed to turn his head and saw his reflection in a nearby mirror, except it wasn't his reflection at all. The man looking back at him had a gaunt face, sunken cheeks, and a mess of dark hair, but it wasn't Evan's hair. The body was unfamiliar, foreign, completely alien. It was as though someone had switched him with a stranger. What the hell happened? In his panic, Evan tried to stand up, but his legs didn't respond. A wave of nausea surged through him as his body seemed to betray him at every turn. Then, he saw it, the bedside table, cluttered with family photos. The images were too familiar, too intimate, and Evan's stomach dropped as he stared at the smiling faces of a woman and a young child. He knew these people. They were Tyler Cross's family. That's when it hit him. The ritual. The soul swap. It hadn't gone as planned. He had switched souls, but instead of switching into some random person's life, he had entered a coma patient's body. Evan's heart raced. He had read the fine print on the ritual. He hadn't taken the warning seriously. If you swap into someone who is in a deep sleep or vegetative state, there was a chance that their soul would still be there, trying to claw its way back into the world. Oh no. At that moment, something inside his head clicked, like a voice that wasn't his own. It whispered, not loud enough to be audible, but clear enough to chill him to the bone. Get out of my head. Evan froze. His blood ran cold. He tried to shake it off, but the voice came again, more distinct this time. I'm not going anywhere, you bastard. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't in his imagination. It was real. Tyler was still here for a few moments. Evan couldn't process it. He sat still, staring at the walls of this unfamiliar room, as the realization settled in. Tyler, the person whose life he had just taken over, wasn't just a vegetable in the bed. His soul was still here, trapped in the confines of this unresponsive body. The voice inside his mind was sharp, like a thorn stuck under his skin. Tyler was angry, furious even, and the way he spoke only confirmed the worst. Tyler didn't want Evan here. Tyler wasn't some passive spectator. Tyler knew. Tyler was fully aware of the swap, and he was trying to wrestle back control of his own life. Evan took a deep breath, trying to focus. He couldn't just sit there and let it happen. How do I fix this? He thought. He could hear Tyler's voice again, mocking him from the back of his mind, but Evan had no idea how to proceed. You think you can just walk into my life and take it over, huh? Tyler's voice dripped with scorn. You've got another thing coming. Evan gritted his teeth. This was bad. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't considered the possibility that the other soul might fight back. But then again, how could he have? The rituals he had read about didn't mention anything about hostile co-inhabiting souls. He needed a plan. He needed answers. The longer he sat there, the more trapped he felt. But what was Tyler's real deal? Who was this guy, anyway? In the moments that followed, as the adrenaline of the switch wore off, Evan's mind began to work again. Tyler's soul wasn't just a passive observer. He was active, in the sense that he was still aware of everything happening around him. What was even worse was the slow, creeping realization that Tyler was trying to take back control of his own body, not just by force, but by wearing Evan down. Tyler was using their shared mind to make Evan's experience miserable. Every time Evan tried to make a move, try to stand, try to think, Tyler's willful presence pushed against him. It wasn't like a voice in his head, exactly. It was more like a sense of presence, an oppressive weight. It felt like Tyler was standing just behind him, whispering words of doubt, demanding he stop trying. He was a ghost. A mind in limbo. You're not going anywhere. And the thing was, Evan wasn't sure if he could. As Evan struggled to understand the limits of his new life, something else became clear. Tyler didn't just want his body back. Tyler wanted revenge. He wanted Evan to feel what it was like to be trapped. It was a psychological war, one where Evan couldn't even tell when he was losing control. Evan was stuck. There was no other way to describe it. He could feel the walls of his new reality closing in on him, thick and suffocating. His mind raced, but his body was a stranger. A foreign vessel. Tyler's body, and Tyler's mind. At least Tyler still had his mind. That fact alone should have been a relief. It meant Tyler wasn't gone. But all it did was make the situation worse. Because if Tyler was still there, in the back of his head, the body wasn't just his to command. It was a shared space. The worst part? Tyler was more than just a passive presence. He was a constant pressure, like a hand on the back of Evan's neck, pushing him down, forcing him to feel the crushing weight of the situation. At first, it was subtle. A glance from the corner of his vision, a sudden, violent jolt in his thoughts. The whispering voice that started in his head, telling him things like, "Stop trying. You don't belong here." Tyler was there, but his presence was more like a shadow, cold, quiet, and looming, always there but never fully in the light. But as Evan struggled to adjust, it became clear that Tyler wasn't going to just sit back and watch him ruin his life. No, Tyler wanted to fight. He wanted to regain control. Evan lay there in the bed, still trying to gather his bearings, when he heard Tyler's voice again. This time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a full-on assault. It rang in his head like an alarm, shrill and maddening. "You think you can live my life? You think you can just waltz in here and be me?" The force of Tyler's anger rattled Evan's concentration. His hands twitched involuntarily. The fingers of Tyler's body stiffened as if preparing to lash out. But when Evan looked at his own reflection in the window, Tyler's reflection, that is, he saw nothing. No emotion. No response. Tyler was still locked in his own comatose body, unable to move. But his mind was wide awake, and it had no intention of letting Evan off easy. The room seemed to pulse with the silent battle between them. Evan could feel Tyler's fury, a steady, unrelenting pressure in his thoughts, pushing against his consciousness like a storm building on the horizon. Every time Evan tried to focus on something, on his breathing, on regaining control of the body, Tyler was there, interrupting, churning the waters of his mind that it was getting harder to separate himself from Tyler's presence. Every time Evan blinked, he heard Tyler's voice louder, clearer. It wasn't just in his head anymore. It felt physical, like an actual force pressing against his brain. "You can't do this. You can't win. You don't have the strength to live like I did." "Shut up," Evan thought, but the thought was weak. "Shut up," he muttered aloud. His voice sounded thin, unfamiliar, as though it was coming from someone else entirely. Tyler's laughter echoed in his mind. Weak. Just like the rest of you. You're nothing but a parasite, trying to hijack my life. The words burned. But Evan knew he couldn't let Tyler win. He had to figure out how to break this cycle, how to separate his soul from Tyler's without losing his mind. But with every passing minute, the idea of living in Tyler's life started to seem less like a temporary inconvenience and more like a slow, unending nightmare. The more Tyler fought back, the more Evan lost his sense of self. The door to the room opened, and a woman stepped inside. Evan blinked, confused. She looked familiar, too familiar, like someone he had known for years. He quickly pushed down his panic, doing his best to mimic the movements of Tyler's body. The woman smiled gently as she approached the bedside. Her face was full of love, but there was something else there too. Worry. Deep, consuming worry. Sophia? Evan croaked, struggling to form the words in Tyler's voice. The woman stopped. Her eyes widened in confusion, and for a moment, Evan thought maybe he had said the wrong thing. Maybe he had said the wrong name, something too familiar. But before he could clarify, her expression softened. She leaned closer, her hand gently brushing his cheek. "You're awake," she whispered. "You're really awake." Evan's heart skipped. He wanted to ask her 1,000 questions, to beg her to explain what was going on, but the words caught in his throat. He felt Tyler's presence surge again, a cold, suffocating weight filling his chest. "She's not going to believe you," Tyler hissed. "You think you can fool her? You think she'll just accept you as me?" Evan flinched at the voice, feeling a cold shiver crawl down his spine. He turned his head slightly, avoiding Sophia's gaze for just a moment, trying to regain his composure. Sophia didn't seem to notice the flicker of hesitation. Her smile grew wider, and she leaned in closer, her voice a soft whisper. "I'm so glad you're finally awake, Tyler. I don't know how much longer I could have, I don't," Evan began to say, but the words tangled in his throat, as though they were never meant to escape. Tyler's soul fought harder now, pulling at the edges of Evan's consciousness. The more Sophia seemed to accept him as Tyler, the more desperate Tyler became. Every part of Evan's mind screamed for release, but it was becoming clear that there was no simple way to separate himself from this body. No magic ritual, no technique, no mental trick would fix what was happening. Tyler's soul was too strong, too embedded in the fabric of this life. Sophia's voice pulled him back from the brink. "Tyler," she said softly, stroking his hair. "Please, don't be scared. I know it's been so long, but you're here now. You're with me." Evan's stomach churned. Her words, her touch, they were so real, so full of love, and yet they weren't meant for him. He wasn't Tyler. But the longer he remained silent, the more he realized that the line between himself and Tyler was blurring. Tyler's life wasn't just a set of memories locked in a body. Tyler's life was Sophia, was Emily, was this hospital room, and every inch of his existence that Evan had stepped into. The more Evan tried to resist, the more he felt like he was being consumed by Tyler's world. "You're not Tyler," a small voice echoed from the back of his mind. It wasn't Tyler's voice. It wasn't Evan's. It was something else entirely. Something other, something that felt like it was emerging from the depths of his subconscious. Sophia's face twisted with confusion, but there was a strange sadness in her eyes. "Tyler," she whispered, her hand trembling slightly as it hovered over his chest. "Why aren't you?" A sharp, invasive thought sliced through Evan's mind. "Get out. Leave her alone." Evan recoiled at the force of it. Tyler's anger boiled over, but it wasn't Tyler alone, it was the consciousness of two souls, struggling to coexist in the same vessel, and neither one was ready to let go. It was only when Sophia stepped back, her eyes scanning his face with growing concern, that Evan realized something had shifted. Tyler's grip on his mind was no longer subtle. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was full-on war. And for the first time, Evan could feel his own thoughts getting drowned out by Tyler's rage. The air in the room grew heavy, like a storm was about to break. His breath quickened, and then Tyler's voice cut through again, clearer than ever. "I will take this body back." There was a long, deafening silence between them. Sophia's gaze flickered from his face to the monitors, her eyes searching for something, anything that would explain what was happening to the man she loved, and that's when it happened. Evan felt his grip on his own identity slipping. His thoughts, his voice, everything felt like it was being pulled down into a void, a space between who he was, who Tyler had been, and who they were both becoming. There was no clear answer. No simple solution. Tyler had already won. Or at least, that's how it felt. But in the chaos of their mental war, something even stranger began to emerge, something neither of them had anticipated. As the room fell silent, the weight of the situation hit Evan like a freight train. It wasn't just Tyler's anger that threatened to tear him apart, it was the sense of helplessness that was closing in on him. He was losing himself. The more he tried to fight back, the less he felt like himself. Tyler's consciousness was flooding his mind like an unstoppable tide, washing away the remnants of Evan's identity. Sophia's worried gaze lingered on him. She seemed torn between hope and confusion, but the longer she stared, the more she seemed to notice the subtle shifts in his expression, the slight flinching, the way his eyes darted around the room like he was searching for something to hold on to. She had to be wondering if this was really Tyler. Was he truly awake? Or was something darker occupying his body? Evan tried to speak again, but his voice cracked, a strange rasp escaping his throat. Sophia, it felt wrong, like the word didn't belong to him. It didn't feel like his voice. "It's me. It's Evan." But Tyler's voice surged back with a vicious force, overriding Evan's thoughts before they could fully take shape. "You don't get to speak," Tyler growled from the depths of Evan's consciousness. "You're just a passenger here. A parasite. Leave her alone. This life is mine." The conflict inside his own head was dizzying. The pressure was too much. He could feel Tyler, like a weight pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. Evan wanted to scream, wanted to fight, but each time he tried, Tyler's will flooded him like a tsunami. His limbs felt heavy, disconnected, as though his own body had betrayed him. Sophia's eyes narrowed. "Tyler?" She whispered softly, almost pleading. "Please. Please, come back to me." Evan's heart broke at the sight of her, at the desperation in her voice. She still believed it was him. She was still waiting for him to come back, even though he wasn't the person she thought he was. But then something else happened. A strange, quiet voice cut through the storm of thoughts inside Evan's head, so soft, so distant, that at first, he thought it was just a figment of his imagination. "Don't let him win." It was a voice he didn't recognize. It wasn't Tyler's. It wasn't his own. It was something else. "Who are you?" Evan asked, his thoughts ragged, his mind barely hanging on. "What's happening?" But the voice didn't answer. Instead, it whispered again, like a soft breeze in the chaos. "You can still take control." For a moment, Evan couldn't tell if he was hearing things or if there was some part of him that had been hidden away, just waiting for the right moment. But the voice felt real. It felt like a lifeline. Sophia reached out again, this time more cautiously, like she wasn't sure whether to touch him or pull away. Her hand hovered just above his. "Tyler, please," she said again. "It's okay. We're here. I'm here." Evan's pulse quickened, but he fought the urge to speak. The voice in his mind was louder now, almost demanding his attention. "You have to fight. He's not you. He's trying to erase you. Don't let him." Tyler's rage surged again, and Evan felt the old man's bitterness claw at his skin. "You don't belong here, Evan. You'll never have this life." Evan squeezed his eyes shut, struggling to hold on to his own thoughts. The battle was reaching a fever pitch, and he knew if he didn't act soon, Tyler's presence would consume him entirely. But something was shifting inside him, something he hadn't expected. The voice wasn't his, and it wasn't Tyler's, but it was speaking to him, urging him to do something. Evan inhaled sharply, his fingers twitching. He fought to remember who he was, to reconnect with the part of him that was still alive. Tyler's voice raged on. "You're weak. You're nothing. You can't win." And then, something snapped. Without thinking, Evan reached out, gripping the sides of the hospital bed as though he could anchor himself to something real. The effort was primal, like the surge of adrenaline that kicks in when a person is backed into a corner. He pushed back against Tyler's will, forcing his mind to center, to clear out the noise and focus. His muscles burned with effort. His head throbbed with the effort of holding on to his identity, but he kept going. Tyler was trying to suppress him, but the more he pushed back, the clearer the voice became. "You can do it. He's just a memory. A fading ghost." For a moment, there was a strange silence, a vacuum where everything stopped. The weight pressing on his mind lifted. Tyler's presence faltered, as if distracted by something, leaving a space for Evan to slip through. And then, in that brief window of freedom, Evan did something he had been too afraid to try before. He fought. He took control. His hands moved with purpose, shaking at first but gaining confidence. He sat up in Tyler's body, a surge of raw determination running through him. He forced himself to look at Sophia, who had taken a step back, her face a mix of confusion and hope. "I'm here, Sophia," Evan said, the words still strange but clear. His voice still had traces of Tyler in it, but it was his, Evan's, words. He wasn't sure if Tyler could hear him, but he didn't care. The voice in his mind was still there, but it was weaker now. He had pushed through the storm. Sophia's eyes widened as she took in his expression, her hands trembling as she reached out, unsure. "Tyler?" Her voice cracked. "I'm not him," Evan said firmly, shaking his head. "I'm Evan." His chest tightened, but he didn't back down. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain all of this, but you have to listen to me. Tyler's still here, and he's not gone." Her face fell, her lips parting as though she wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. She didn't speak right away. Instead, she stared at him, really stared at him, as though she could see him for the first time. Evan's breath was shallow, his head spinning. The last thing he wanted was to hurt her. He didn't know how to fix this. He didn't know how to make it all go away. But for the first time, he felt like he had a chance. He could feel Tyler's presence fighting him, still lurking in the corners of his mind, but Evan had control, for now. "I can't leave you alone," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Sophia's face softened. Her hands dropped to her sides, and she stepped closer, as though she didn't know whether to hug him or run away. "You're not Tyler." "No," Evan said quietly, but there was an edge to his voice. "I'm not." And then, just as the silence between them thickened, Tyler's voice cut through the stillness again, but this time, it wasn't the sharp, threatening voice from before. This time, it was softer, weaker, and almost resigned. "You think you've won?" Tyler's voice rasped. Evan's stomach turned. He felt the cold grip of Tyler's mind tightening again, but he held on to his control. He wasn't going to let this happen again. "I haven't won, Tyler," he said, his voice trembling but steady. "But I'm not giving up either." Sophia didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of something, perhaps a mix of sorrow and understanding. She reached for his hand, but then stopped herself. Her gaze flickered between him and the silent figure in the bed. For a moment it was as though time stood still, both of them stuck in this surreal limbo. Tyler's soul wasn't going to go away. He would always be there, buried in the background, whispering and clawing at the edges of Evan's mind. But Evan had learned something important in that moment. He had learned that control didn't come from force. It came from knowing when to push, and when to let go. He couldn't take Tyler's life back, but maybe, just maybe, he could share it. As the silence stretched on, Evan realized something. He wasn't trapped in Tyler's world. Not anymore. He had a life to live. And so did Tyler. Maybe, in time, they could learn to share it. The rain fell in sheets, a constant downpour that seemed to match the mood of the battlefield. The ground was slick with mud, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and sweat. It was a war without end, a war that had lasted far longer than anyone had expected, one of those apocalyptic conflicts that seemed to drag on with no real reason anymore. Just a cycle of bloodshed, old men pulling the strings while the younger soldiers fought, died, and forgot why they were even there. Ethan Carver wasn't a hero. He was just a soldier, one of many who had found themselves trapped in this never-ending war. He didn't have the sharp mind of a strategist or the sheer brute strength of the frontline fighters. He was just trying to survive, but that all changed the moment the explosion went off. It was a routine mission, or at least it seemed like one. Ethan's squad had been sent to hold a critical position just outside of a city. The enemy was closing in, and the odds were against them. Ethan was used to being outgunned and outnumbered, but something about today felt different. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as his squad huddled behind cover. A low rumble reverberated through the ground, followed by the sharp crack of artillery fire. Then, the explosion, the blast sent him flying through the air, the world spinning in an endless whirl of smoke and debris. For a moment, everything went black. When Ethan came to, he was no longer in his own body. He blinked, disoriented, his mind struggling to make sense of what had just happened. The first thing he noticed was the sound of distant gunfire and the fact that he was still on the battlefield. But as his senses returned, he realized something was horribly wrong. He was standing tall, far taller than he remembered, and his arms were thick with muscle. His hands gripped a rifle he didn't recognize, and his uniform, dark, finely crafted, was nothing like the one he'd worn moments before. Then came the voice. A deep, commanding voice that was not his own. "General, we must move forward. The enemy is retreating. This is our chance to press the advantage." It wasn't a voice in his head. No, it was coming from his own mouth. He tried to move his limbs, to act, but instead, he felt something even more disorienting, a surge of control, not just over this unfamiliar body, but over others. With a snap of his focus, Ethan felt himself jerk from this strange body and slip back into his own. The connection was instantaneous, but it wasn't just one body he now inhabited. No, there were two, his, and the others, the towering figure of the enemy General Nikolai. Confusion surged through him. He could hear both voices, both thoughts, at once. Two sets of eyes, two hearts, two minds, and yet it was all him. Both men's lives were in his grasp, and it was like holding onto two separate realities at once. A burst of gunfire shook him from his reverie, and instinctively, Ethan, or whatever he had become, moved into action. He shouted commands in both voices, the general's booming orders for his troops to advance, while his own body, smaller, less commanding, scrambled toward the safety of a nearby trench. What was happening? How was this possible? He could feel himself slipping back and forth between bodies, like flicking a switch. One moment, he was in Nikolai's body, looking down at the battlefield with the detached gaze of a seasoned general, and the next moment, he was in his own body, a frightened, but determined soldier who had no idea what he was doing. For the first time in years, Ethan felt something he hadn't experienced before. Power. He ordered Nikolai's troops forward, and with a forceful will, his own body obeyed. His hands gripped his rifle tighter, his legs moved faster. In the chaos, Ethan, now in command of two separate forces, moved like a fluid, unstoppable unit. The enemy, caught off guard, began to retreat. His soldiers, his enemy's soldiers, were following orders. His voice, coming from two places at once, rang out across the battlefield, issuing commands and driving the enemy into a disarray they hadn't expected, and then, just like that, it was over. The battlefield was still, and Ethan stood there, breathing heavily, his mind swirling with thoughts that didn't belong to him. What had he done? He didn't know. But in the aftermath of that madness, he had become a legend. When Ethan returned to his camp, his fellow soldiers were waiting for him. His squad mates, those who had survived the explosion, gathered around him, their eyes wide with awe. They couldn't understand what had just happened. How had he turned the tide of battle so decisively? How had he done it? The truth was, Ethan didn't know either. But one thing was clear, he had something that no one else had. He could control more than one body at once. More than one life. More than one soldier. And that was power, something the generals would want, something the enemies would fear, but with that power came something else, a gnawing, creeping feeling that something was breaking inside him. Every time he swapped between bodies, he felt like a piece of his soul was being ripped away. It wasn't just the physical strain, it was the mental toll. The voices. The thoughts. The overwhelming feeling that he wasn't just Ethan anymore, he was something far more fractured. But he pushed it aside. For now, he was a hero. For now, he was unstoppable. The days passed in a blur. Ethan became more than just a soldier, he became a symbol of hope, a force that could turn the tide of any battle. Every time he entered the fray, it was like a masterful dance. He could control hundreds of soldiers at once, moving through the battlefield like an unstoppable storm. His body, and those he controlled, acted as one. Each soldier, each general, each rebel leader followed his orders without question, as though they had always been his, but with every victory, the cost grew heavier. His mind was fraying. He could feel the pieces of his soul slipping away as he bounced between bodies, trying to maintain control of them all. The longer he stayed in command of more than one body, the more he began to forget himself. Who was he really? Was he still Ethan Carver, or had he become a ghost, a collection of broken pieces, scattered across the battlefield? His body began to betray him. His movements became jerky, mechanical. He felt himself slipping between identities, slipping between bodies, slipping between the very fabric of his own existence. The voices, once distant, became louder. Some were angry. Others were confused. A few were even pleading that he couldn't remember the last time he had been alone. And in that moment, as he stood in the middle of another battlefield, surrounded by bodies that were both his and not his, he realized something chilling. The more bodies he controlled, the more he became lost. The battle was over in a blink. His soldiers, the ones who followed his every command, were victorious once again. But Ethan, or what was left of him, didn't feel the rush of triumph anymore. He didn't feel anything. The lines between his bodies blurred. He was everywhere and nowhere at once. For the first time, he realized that the real enemy wasn't on the battlefield. It was inside his own mind. Ethan's mind, already stretched thin by the demands of controlling multiple bodies, was on the verge of collapse. He had spent days, no, weeks, losing himself to this strange power, this gift he hadn't asked for. He could still feel the weight of it, pressing down on him from all directions. The bodies he controlled, dozens of them, had become extensions of himself, yet they weren't really him. They were separate lives, separate minds, with their own thoughts and memories. And as he slipped deeper into the web he had woven, the lines began to blur. The victory he'd just secured felt hollow. His army, comprised of soldiers who were both his and not his, stood in rigid formation, eyes fixed on him, awaiting their next command. But Ethan didn't speak. He couldn't. His mind was a mess of fragmented thoughts. He could hear them all, the voices of the soldiers, the commanders, the generals, intertwining with his own. It was overwhelming. He staggered to the edge of the battlefield, his legs trembling, and collapsed against a shattered wall. His head pounded, each heartbeat sending a sharp jolt through his skull. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the voices, trying to center himself. For a moment, everything went quiet. Then, just as quickly, the voices came rushing back, louder this time, as though they'd been waiting for him to acknowledge them. "General, what are your orders?" a voice, Nikolai's voice, asked. But it wasn't just Nikolai. It was the man he had been before, the one he had swapped places with. It was the voice of the soldiers he had claimed as his own, the ones who had been loyal to him, the ones whose minds were now tied to his. Ethan winced, and for a second, his own voice rose above the others, weak but urgent. "Stop." The command was simple, but it made the whole world shudder. He could feel the pull of each individual body, tugging at his consciousness, and it made him dizzy. How long could he keep this up? How long before they all snapped back, before his mind was torn to shreds by the sheer weight of the lives he was holding together? Was this what it meant to be a legend? A hero? No, he whispered to himself, his breath shallow. This isn't how it's supposed to be. But there was no turning back now. The war was still raging, and his newfound power made him the only one capable of tipping the scales in the ongoing conflict. Every general, every leader, had heard the whispers of the man who could control more than one body at once, and they all knew what that meant. He could be an unstoppable force. He was an unstoppable force. He had proven that. But at what cost? Ethan's hand, trembling with exhaustion, rose to his forehead, pressing against his temple as if that might help him stave off the rising panic. His mind was fraying. The war was pulling him apart. The longer he held on to this power, the more it would destroy him, but the world would never stop. The war would never end, not unless he kept pushing, kept using this power to win. The generals, the politicians, the commanders, they were all counting on him. And maybe that was the problem. The more he became the symbol of victory, the more the pressure mounted. He couldn't afford to fail, not when he had become a living weapon, and so, he stood. His legs were weak, his vision blurred, but he pushed forward. He had to. He had to stay in control. The enemy wasn't going to wait for him to get his act together. They never did. His gaze swept over the battlefield again. The scene was familiar: broken bodies, the remnants of battle scattered across the scarred earth. The stench of death lingered in the air. But even in the chaos, Ethan saw something that made his chest tighten. There was a second army gathering on the horizon, marching with the purpose of cutting him down once and for all. This was no longer just a battle of strength, it was a battle for his soul. The voices in his head grew louder, and Ethan gritted his teeth. He could feel it now, the overwhelming weight of the bodies he controlled. The line between them and him had all but disappeared. His mind swam with their thoughts, their desires, their fears. Nikolai's body stirred under his command, a part of him rising from the depths of his fragmented consciousness. The general's voice echoed in Ethan's mind, but it wasn't just Nikolai anymore. It was the soldier who had once been loyal to him. It was the enemy who had died under his control. They all had something to say now. "Kill them," the voices demanded, a chorus of whispers blending into one, but Ethan's grip on himself was slipping. He could feel it. The power was intoxicating, yes, but it was also pulling him apart. Each body, each mind he commanded, was a piece of his soul that he could no longer reclaim. He was losing the battle, not against the enemy, but against himself. The next day, everything changed. Ethan woke in the body of someone else again, a foreign soldier, one of the opposing forces, but this time, the shift was different. There was no confusion, no jarring disorientation. He simply was this person, and he was not the only one. He could feel the others, feel their minds swimming in the dark corners of his consciousness. The enemy forces had caught wind of his power, and they had decided to turn it to their advantage. Ethan was no longer controlling his own destiny. He had become a pawn in a much larger game. For the first time, Ethan's mind fractured completely. The walls he had built to contain his power came crashing down. He was no longer in charge. It was no longer a question of whether he could control the battlefield, it was whether he could hold on to his identity at all. A cold chill ran through him. He had known this was coming, hadn't he? The moment he had allowed himself to slip into the abyss of his own power, he had sealed his fate. This was the cost of control. The cost of becoming more than human. The cost of winning at all costs. The battle that followed was a blur. Ethan fought like a madman, controlling bodies as if they were nothing more than puppets, moving them across the battlefield in a ruthless dance of violence. He heard the screams of his soldiers, the ones he had once called his comrades, and he felt the thrum of the enemy's weapons as they tore through his ranks. He felt it all, and yet none of it seemed real anymore. The lines between friend and foe had blurred into a gray fog of violence. His body was no longer his own. It belonged to the battlefield, to the war. Somewhere in the midst of the chaos, as his mind teetered on the brink of madness, Ethan felt the final fracture. He was no longer the man who had once stood on the front lines. He was a collection of voices, a pile of broken identities, each one pulling him in a different direction. Each body he controlled became a part of him, but also something else. The voices no longer whispered, they screamed. His last thought before the world around him shattered completely was a quiet one, almost drowned out by the noise of the war. It wasn't a thought of victory or defeat. It wasn't even a thought of survival. It was a question: who am I now? Ethan never got an answer. The war raged on, and with it, the legend of the man who could control armies. But Ethan Carver, the soldier who had once dreamed of peace, was lost in the chaos. His mind, fractured and broken, had long since ceased to be his own. He had become the battlefield itself, the endless, unyielding war, and there was no coming back from it. The battlefield was a haze of confusion, smoke curling up from the craters, blackened trees bending under the weight of destruction. Yet, amid it all, Ethan, if it could still be called Ethan, was lost. Or rather, he was many things at once. Every body he controlled, every mind he had once inhabited, was still there, lingering in the folds of his consciousness, a cacophony of voices and feelings, their identities melding with his own until nothing felt real anymore. His soldiers, the ones he could still manage to command, advanced, but they weren't truly his. They were just empty shells, moving under the weight of his fractured mind. The orders he barked were nothing more than hollow echoes. He couldn't remember what he was supposed to be fighting for. He didn't know what he was supposed to be anymore. The world had become a blur, a shifting mass of faces and bodies, all disjointed. Sometimes he was in the body of a soldier on the front lines, the heat of battle surrounding him, his rifle held steady as he pulled the trigger. Sometimes he was a general, commanding troops with an iron fist, his voice thundering across the field, echoing through the ranks. But in those moments of power, of clarity, there was no satisfaction. No joy. Just emptiness. He heard it, then, the whisper of a voice that wasn't his own. Nikolai's voice, the general he had briefly inhabited. But it wasn't just Nikolai anymore. It was everyone he had ever controlled, every mind he had ever touched, and they were all screaming. Their voices were a distant roar, like an ocean crashing against the rocks, relentless, unforgiving. The weight of them pressed against his mind, their thoughts intermingling with his own, each one pulling him in a different direction. Kill them, they demanded. The words didn't make sense. He had lost the ability to distinguish them from his own thoughts. He had lost the ability to even know which commands were truly his. With a jerk, his body moved of its own accord. His fingers wrapped around a rifle he didn't remember holding, and he fired, again and again. The gunshots rang out, but the faces in front of him were a blur. Enemy soldiers, his own men, none of it mattered. The shots kept coming, until the recoil sent him stumbling backward, dizzy, and for the first time, a thought rose from the fog. What am I doing? The question was nothing more than a murmur beneath the storm of chaos that raged within him. His own mind, still hanging by a thread, struggled to remember. Who had he been before this? A soldier? A man with a purpose? A human? But he could no longer feel the weight of his own flesh. His body, his many bodies, were nothing more than vessels, empty, soulless things, carrying him across the battlefield as if he were some kind of puppet. He didn't even know who he was controlling anymore. Was he controlling them? Or were they controlling him? He fell to his knees, or rather, his body fell. It wasn't his choice. It never was anymore. His hands shook as they dug into the mud, and the cold seeped through his uniform. The rain hadn't stopped, but now, it felt like it was inside him. Like it was washing him away, piece by piece. "You're losing it, Ethan," the voice of Nikolai whispered in his mind, but it wasn't Nikolai's voice anymore. It was 1,000 voices, all speaking in unison, their words a jagged chorus. This is what happens when you reach too far. When you take too much. The words stung like acid, a reminder of what he had become. He had reached too far. He had taken too much. And now, he was nothing. Nothing but a collection of voices in a broken, shattered mind. The battle continued around him, but Ethan no longer cared. The sounds of war faded, muffled by the thunderous pounding of his own heart. The war had been his purpose, once. It had been everything. The bloodshed, the chaos, the lives he had controlled, it had all felt like power. But power had come at a price. And now, the price was his sanity. A sharp pain lanced through his chest, and he gasped. It was as if something inside him was cracking, breaking apart, and he couldn't hold it together anymore. He had become a machine, a weapon, no longer human, no longer a person, just an instrument of war. He had lost his mind. Lost his soul. He had become the very thing he had once fought against, an unstoppable force, without mercy, without conscience, without end, and then, for a brief moment, the world stopped. The noise, the chaos, it all faded away. Ethan was alone. His mind, torn between countless identities, finally quieted. There were no voices. No commands. Just silence. He closed his eyes, his breath ragged, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he was truly himself. Not a soldier, not a general, not a weapon. Just Ethan. The man who had once walked into battle with a sense of purpose, who had once believed in something. But that man was gone now. The Ethan he had been was dead. What remained was a hollow shell, a being who had been consumed by his own power, his own greed for control. The silence didn't last long. A single voice broke through, soft but unmistakable. "Ethan?" It was the voice of the soldier who had once been loyal to him, the one who had died under his control. But now, it wasn't just the soldier. It was everyone. The voices of every body, every mind he had ever inhabited, calling to him, pulling him back. Back to the fight. He opened his eyes, and for a moment, the battlefield was clear again. But it wasn't his battlefield. Not anymore. It was a place of death and destruction, a place where the past and future bled together, where his fractured soul was trapped in a never-ending cycle. "You've lost," the voice said again, but this time, it wasn't mocking. It was resigned. "We're all lost now." Ethan's heart sank. The realization hit him harder than any bullet ever could. The war would never end. Not for him. He had become a part of it. A machine, running on endless cycles of violence, warping the lives of everyone around him. But the worst part wasn't that he had become a monster. It wasn't that he had lost his identity. It was that he had wanted this. In the beginning, the power had felt good. The control, the victory, the feeling of being unbeatable, it had all been so intoxicating. But now, standing amidst the ruins of his own mind, Ethan realized the cruel truth: power had never been his to take. And the cost of taking it had been far greater than he could have ever imagined. He stood, though his legs trembled. He didn't know how much longer he could continue, how much longer he could hold on to this fractured existence. But the battle was still going on. The war was still raging. And somewhere, in the depths of his mind, a voice still screamed, "Fight." And so, he did. He fought, as he had always fought, driven by an urge he no longer understood. His body, or rather, the bodies he controlled, moved forward, propelled by the ghost of the man he used to be, but the war would never end. Not for Ethan. Not for any of them. Jake couldn't believe it. One moment, he was lying in his bed, mindlessly scrolling through his phone, and the next he was staring at a ceiling he didn't recognize, in a room he didn't remember walking into. The bed was too soft. The air smelled too old, like books that hadn't been opened in decades. He shifted his body, trying to stand up, but as soon as his feet hit the floor, a sharp, unfamiliar voice cracked through his skull. "I'm Arya. You're in my body now, Jake." Jake froze. He blinked. His head felt light, like a balloon drifting somewhere far away. He rubbed his eyes, expecting to see the usual sight of his cramped, cluttered apartment. Instead, he saw thick velvet curtains, gold-framed paintings, and a small, ancient-looking desk piled high with scrolls. What the hell was going on? What did you just say?" Jake said aloud, his voice coming out higher-pitched than usual, almost like someone had turned the knob of his vocal cords to a completely different setting. "I said I'm Arya," the voice continued, calm but insistent. "And right now, you're in my body." Jake scrambled to his feet, tripping over the silk sheets. He rushed to the full-length mirror on the wall, terrified that what he'd see would only confirm the madness of the situation. His reflection confirmed his fears. He wasn't in his own body. The face staring back at him was that of a woman, sharp cheekbones, long black hair cascading over her shoulders, lips slightly pursed as if she were about to make some inscrutable comment about his predicament. Her eyes were clear, direct, and unervingly wise. Okay. I must still be dreaming. "Yeah, this is a dream," Jake muttered to himself, rubbing his face. He pinched his arm, hard. "No way was this real. You're not dreaming, Jake. I assure you. And you won't be able to wake up from this. Not unless I allow it." Jake nearly jumped out of his skin. The voice in his head again. It was coming from, where? The voice was cool, like a breeze off a lake, but also very, very firm. There was no escaping it. "What the hell is going on?" he demanded. He barely recognized his own voice. The words sounded wrong, too refined, too feminine. "You've been chosen, Jake," Arya said. "Chosen for this exchange. Our souls have swapped. You're in my body now. And I'm in yours." Jake's mind was racing. Swapped? Like, body swap? Is this some kind of prank? Are you even real?" He asked the last part more to himself than to her. "I'm as real as you are," Arya's voice replied with a faint chuckle. "I'm a sorceress from another world. A sorceress who made a deal, well, a mistake, really. And now, you're part of that mistake. Part of the plan." Jake's breath caught in his throat. A sorceress? From another world? This had to be some kind of elaborate joke. But the room, no, the entire atmosphere around him felt ancient. Not just old, but old in a way that made Jake feel small and insignificant. He looked down at the hands in front of him. He was wearing a flowing, dark robe that didn't belong to him, and the skin of the hands, delicate, pale, soft, wasn't his either. What the hell was going on? No. "This isn't real," he muttered, shaking his head, trying to snap out of whatever delusion he was in. "This isn't happening. I just need to wake up. I need to wake up." "You're not asleep," Arya's voice interjected, her tone amused, as if she were talking to a child. "I told you, Jake. We've swapped. You're in my body now, and you have a lot to learn about what that means. I'll explain everything." Jake felt his heartbeat quicken. Explain what? He struggled to keep his voice steady. What's going on here? Who are you? Why am I in your body? Arya sighed, the sound echoing in his head. You're here because of a curse I tried to undo. I was once a powerful sorceress, one of the greatest in my world. But I grew tired of immortality. I wanted an end. I wanted to pass on my knowledge, my abilities. And so, I cast the spell. And now, you and I are linked. Linked? Wait, so you did this on purpose? You swapped our souls? Why? I didn't intend for you to suffer, she said, the voice now tinged with a sense of regret. But yes, the spell was designed to find someone who could take my place, someone worthy, someone capable of handling the responsibility of the power I possess. And now, you're that someone. Jake's head was spinning. A sorceress? Power? An immortality curse? This couldn't be happening. This had to be some elaborate prank or a weird dream. Maybe he'd fallen asleep on his couch and was now in some lucid nightmare, but then, as if to hammer the point home, Jake felt a surge of strange energy pulse through his chest, like an electric current running beneath his skin. His body shuddered. He gasped, half in awe, half in fear. What the hell was that? He whispered. He could feel it again, this strange, powerful sensation humming beneath the surface of his skin. That, Arya's voice said, is the power that courses through me. It's in you now, Jake. You've inherited it. All of it. He was silent for a long moment. This was real. Every fiber of his being knew it now. Wait a minute, Jake said, panic rising in his chest. You're telling me that I'm supposed to be you? You want me to just take over your life? Live out your immortality? There's no choice, Arya replied, her tone now taking on an edge of finality. You must carry on my legacy. You have no choice but to accept this power. And I will teach you how to control it. Jake wasn't sure if he should laugh or scream. No way, he said, pacing around the strange room. You don't get to just hijack my life and say I have no choice in the matter. I don't care how powerful you are, I'm not going to, whatever this is. You'll change your mind, Arya said, almost calmly. You'll come to understand. In time, you'll realize that this isn't about power. It's about something far more important. Yeah? And what's that? The survival of your soul. Jake stopped dead in his tracks. What do you mean? Don't worry about it right now, Arya said. Just know that if you resist for too long, the consequences will be unpleasant. For both of us. Jake's stomach churned as Arya's words echoed in his mind. If you resist for too long, the consequences will be unpleasant. For both of us. He glanced at the ornate furniture around him, the luxurious surroundings that seemed to mock his current predicament. It felt like a scene from some old fantasy novel, a sorceress, an immortal curse, and now, him. The absurdity of it all should have sent him into hysterics, but the strange hum of power coursing through his body made it all too real. He sank back onto the bed, placing his hands on his face, trying to steady his breath. His thoughts were racing, and the uncertainty was driving him to the edge. He didn't know how to escape, how to fight this. There was no way out, not if what Arya was saying was true. He'd never signed up for any of this. He just wanted a normal life, his normal, dull, comfortable life. Not immortality, not soul exchanges. Just, regular. Okay, he muttered, staring at his hands again. His fingers flexed as the strange, powerful sensation thrummed within him. How do I undo this? How do I get back to my own body? You can't undo it, Jake, Arya replied, her voice laced with something like amusement. This is no ordinary spell. You're bound to me now. In every way. Until you understand what you're truly capable of, there's no going back. Jake ran a hand through his hair, or rather, Aria's hair, which now fell in soft waves around his shoulders. It wasn't his anymore, none of it was. This body wasn't his, this voice wasn't his. Not even the thoughts that seemed to come easier, quicker, like Aria's ancient wisdom was seeping into his mind. He shuddered. The feeling of otherness was starting to creep into his bones, like his soul was slowly being pushed aside, replaced by something else. Something alien. Fine, he said, his voice barely a whisper. What do I have to do? Aria's laughter filled his mind, like a distant melody that echoed through his consciousness. It wasn't mocking, exactly, more like a quiet, knowing chuckle. That's the spirit, Jake. I knew you'd come around. First things first, though. You need to accept your new reality. Only then can you truly begin to understand what this power means. He shook his head. I don't want this power. I didn't ask for it. I don't, you'll need it, she interrupted, her tone now more serious. In time, you'll see why. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There are steps we must take before you can grasp everything. The curse you've inherited, the power that you now carry, has a source. An origin. And it's not something to take lightly. Jake's pulse quickened. What's the origin of it? What kind of source? The source is ancient. Far older than you can imagine. The power I wield, the immortality you now share with me, it was never meant to fall into human hands. It's dangerous, Jake. It's a gift, and a curse. He felt his stomach drop. A curse? I thought you said it was a gift. It is both, Aria explained, her voice softening, as if imparting some ancient secret. The immortality you now possess comes at a price. A price that will eventually tear you apart if you're not careful. The magic that sustains you, that keeps you alive, it feeds on your soul, slowly consuming it over time. The longer you live with it, the harder it becomes to hold on to yourself. Wait a minute, Jake's mind was spinning. So you're saying that if I don't control this power, I'll just lose myself? Completely? Exactly. And there's no going back, no undoing it once you've passed a certain point. So you'll need to learn quickly. Or else you'll both lose everything. He froze at the implication. Both? Aria's silence stretched across their connection. When she finally spoke again, it was with the weight of someone revealing something crucial. Your soul is connected to mine now. If I fail, if you fail, if either of us falls to the darkness that this power brings, both our souls will be lost. Forever. Jake's breath hitched, the gravity of the situation sinking in. So what you're saying is, if I screw this up, we both go to hell or wherever souls go to disappear? Aria's laugh was low and dry, like the sound of wind through a desert. Something like that. But you don't have to worry about that just yet. I've survived this long. You'll learn how to navigate this new existence. We'll start small. There's no rush. But you must be vigilant. Time moves differently now, Jake. You must learn to control this power. Or else. He sat back, pressing his palms to his eyes, trying to absorb the enormity of what she was telling him. Every time he thought he was starting to wrap his head around it, something new would hit him, knocking him back to square one. But how am I supposed to control it? Jake finally asked, feeling both defeated and desperate. How do I learn to live like this? With your power? I'll teach you, Aria said, her voice soothing now, like a teacher speaking to a reluctant student. But you must trust me. We'll need to start with the basics. You need to understand the foundation of the magic that binds us. Jake stood up, pacing the length of the room, his fingers itching with nervous energy. The silence between them stretched for a long moment before he finally spoke. What kind of basics? You're not just carrying my memories, Jake. You're carrying my essence. My magic. That means that, even though you're still human in some ways, your connection to me gives you access to abilities beyond what you can comprehend right now. The first step is learning to control it, to stop it from overwhelming you. Jake's stomach twisted. And if I can't control it? Then you'll lose yourself, Arya said simply. That's the price. Right, Jake muttered. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was spiraling. Everything around him seemed to be shifting, becoming less real by the second. The longer he stayed in Arya's body, the more disconnected he felt from his old self, like his soul was slowly being worn away by something larger than him. He didn't know if that was the power she spoke of or just the fear eating him alive. How do I start? He asked, his voice small now. Focus, Arya instructed. Focus on your breath. On the air in your lungs. Let the power flow through you. But don't force it. You have to invite it. The magic doesn't respond to brute force. It responds to understanding. Jake closed his eyes, trying to calm the chaos in his mind. He took a deep breath, inhaling the strange, cool air around him, letting it fill his lungs. He imagined the energy Arya spoke of, swirling just beneath his skin, like a second heartbeat. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it. The faintest pulse, as if the magic was testing him, waiting to see if he was worthy. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could feel the potential, the raw energy there, but it was unpredictable, almost wild. Good, Arya's voice broke through his concentration, almost too sharply. You're starting to understand. But don't rush it. You must be patient. Patience is the key to this power. Jake exhaled, releasing the tension he hadn't even realized he'd been holding. Okay. Patience. Got it. But, how long is this going to take? Time doesn't work the same way for you as it does for me, Arya explained. For you, it may feel like weeks or months. For me, it could take years. Maybe longer. Jake's mind reeled at the thought. Weeks? Months? His head was already spinning with the implications of a lifetime, maybe even longer, of living like this. If he didn't get this right, he might not just lose his identity. He might lose his soul, too. And if Arya's warnings were true, he wasn't the only one who'd be affected. Right, Jake said, his voice distant now. So, I just keep focusing. And I'll figure this out. For now, Arya said. But remember, the longer you go without fully embracing this, the harder it will be. You'll start to lose more and more of yourself. Jake took another deep breath, trying to center himself. He wasn't sure what he was doing or even if he was capable of controlling this power. But one thing was clear, whatever it took, he had no choice but to try. His soul, and Arya's, depended on it, and somewhere, deep inside, Jake realized he was already starting to change. Not just on the outside, not just in his body, but on the inside. The power Arya spoke of was already taking root in him, and whether he liked it or not, there was no turning back now. Jake sat in the quiet stillness of the room, his legs crossed, his palms resting on his knees. The silence around him felt heavier now, not just because of his unfamiliar surroundings but because of the weight of the power that seemed to swirl in his veins. The energy Arya had spoken of was there, just beneath his skin, like a pulse that didn't belong to him. He could feel it now, could almost taste it on the back of his tongue, strange and intoxicating. Focus, he reminded himself. He had to focus. It was the only way to understand this, to control it. The longer he resisted, the worse it would get, and Arya's warning echoed in his mind, the harder it would be to hold on to himself. The air around him felt charged, alive, and he could feel the magic vibrating through the room, calling to him. He reached inside himself, past the layers of uncertainty and fear, and tried to grasp at that power. It was like trying to hold a breath underwater, there, but just out of reach. Focus, Arya's voice broke through again, as calm as ever. Let the magic come to you. Don't try to control it. Understand it. You are connected to it now. Jake nodded, despite the fact that Arya couldn't see him. Her voice, though distant, was the only thing tethering him to something solid in this chaos. He had to trust her, at least for now. There was no other choice. He focused deeper, tried to settle into the strange hum of power that ran through him. The magic didn't feel like an alien force, as he'd expected. No, it felt familiar. It felt right, but only because it was starting to become a part of him, like a ghost of a life he hadn't lived yet. His breath came in slow, measured waves, and the pulse in his veins grew stronger, like the thrum of a distant drumbeat that he couldn't ignore. He closed his eyes and let it fill him, pushing past the fear, past the overwhelming sense of being lost in someone else's skin. It was there, swirling inside him, waiting for him to give it direction. He imagined it, this energy, like a river flowing just below the surface. He could feel it, like a constant current running under the layers of his skin, threatening to surge if he lost control. With each breath, he focused on stilling the current, on guiding it, keeping it calm. At first, nothing happened. Just the quiet, endless pulse of magic beneath his skin. But then, the temperature in the room shifted. The air grew warmer, tinged with an almost electric buzz, like static before a storm. His heart skipped a beat. Was it working? Was he actually doing this? Good, Arya's voice murmured, like a whisper against the growing tension in the room. You're beginning to understand. But don't let the power control you. You must control it. Jake swallowed hard, his throat dry. He nodded, though he wasn't sure if he could do this. It felt too much. Too alien. He wasn't cut out for this kind of magic. He was just a regular guy, an office worker who hated his 9-to-5 grind, who dreamed of something more but never thought it would come. Now it was here, and he didn't know how to handle it. Arya, he said, his voice shaking. How do I know if I'm doing this right? How can I tell if I'm losing control? Arya didn't respond immediately. For a moment, he thought she might not answer at all. But then, the familiar voice returned, this time tinged with something softer. Almost comforting. You'll feel it, Jake, she said, her tone almost maternal. You'll feel it when you start to lose yourself. It will feel like a coldness, a deep emptiness in the pit of your stomach. And that's when you'll know you've given up too much. He breathed out, letting the tension slowly drain from his shoulders. But the fear still lingered. This wasn't just magic. This wasn't just about learning spells and gaining control over invisible forces. This was about his soul. His identity. The more he accepted this power, the more he knew it could erode him, piece by piece, until there was nothing left of who he was. And then he realized something. He wasn't just afraid of losing himself. He was afraid of what Arya had said, that if he didn't master it, she would be lost, too. This wasn't just about him anymore. It was about both their souls, connected, intertwined. He could feel it now, a fragile thread between them, pulling at him like a tug on his very core. You're not alone in this, Arya said, as if she could hear his thoughts. We're in this together. Jake nodded again, but this time the gesture was less of a reflex and more of an agreement. The weight of the decision he had to make was still there, heavy and suffocating, but he wasn't as terrified of it anymore. Not exactly. He took another deep breath, focusing on the rhythm of his pulse, the hum of power flowing through him. He had to learn to live with it. To bend it to his will before it broke him, and before it broke Arya. The next few days passed in a blur of strange moments and awkward transitions. Jake struggled with the new body, and Arya's memories, the ones that seeped into his consciousness when he let his guard down, were overwhelming. It was like flipping through pages of someone else's diary, but only half understanding the context. Arya had lived through centuries, had known countless worlds and faces, while Jake had known spreadsheets and coffee breaks. It was hard to reconcile the two halves of himself. The man who'd been stuck in an office job he hated, and the sorceress who'd lived far longer, seen far more, and was now forced into a body that wasn't hers. Jake's days blurred together in a haze of awkward interactions, both with the few people who still thought he was Arya and with the constant presence of Arya's voice in his head. They would often talk, at first only out of necessity, but slowly, Jake found himself growing accustomed to her. It wasn't that he liked it, he didn't like any of this. But there was something undeniably comforting about her presence, a constant anchor in a sea of confusion. And maybe, just maybe, he was starting to understand why Arya had tried to find someone worthy of inheriting her power. She wasn't just trying to survive. She was trying to give something meaningful to the right person, someone who could bear the weight of it. As the days turned to weeks, Jake began to experiment with the magic. At first, it was small things, flicking a finger to light a candle or pushing a piece of paper across the desk without touching it. But with each experiment, the power inside him grew more restless, more eager to be used. It was a constant itch, a gnawing sensation at the edge of his thoughts, urging him to take it further, to do more, but Jake didn't want to be a puppet of this power. He didn't want to become it. Arya, he said one evening, pacing the room as he spoke. How do I stop it? I can feel it, every time I use it, it gets harder to keep it from taking over. You're doing well, she replied, her voice calm. You're learning to control it. But you must stay focused. You must stay you. You don't get it, Jake said, spinning to face the window. I'm not me anymore. I'm becoming you. I can feel it. I can feel my own thoughts getting fuzzier. I can feel the pieces of myself being chipped away. And if I keep using this power, if I keep doing what you tell me to do, what happens to me? Arya's voice softened, as if she understood the fear in his words. You'll become something else. Something more. Something that will outlive you, yes. But it's not all bad, Jake. I'm not asking you to lose yourself. I'm asking you to evolve. Jake didn't know how to answer that. The idea of evolving into something else, into someone else entirely, was terrifying. But so was the thought of losing his soul. I'm not sure I can do this, Jake whispered, his hands trembling. I'm not sure I'm strong enough. You are, Arya said, her tone full of conviction. You just have to trust yourself. Trust that you can control it. Jake stood there, his hands shaking, his mind racing. And for the first time since this whole nightmare had started, he realized that he wasn't sure what came next. There was no going back, no undoing the exchange. But there was still one choice left for him to make, that he just didn't know if he was ready to make it yet.